Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for making time to be here in chambers today. I will go ahead and call the Lake County Planning Commission meeting for May 26, 2022 to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First item we will take up is consideration of the adoption of Assembly Bill 361, findings authorizing teleconference meetings during a state of emergency. Any discussion or motions on the findings?
Check.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, I move that the Planning Commission find that the social distancing remains necessary and that remote attendance by members through teleconferencing is allowed.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next, we are looking on approval from on the minutes from the May 12th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. Have we had time to overlook those and review them? Okay. If you have not, if you wanted to make a motion to approve them at the next meeting.
I'm sorry, I've been really busy and I have not had a chance to review them, so I'd like to put them at the next meeting.
So you're making a motion?
I move that we continue this item until our next meeting.
I second.
Okay. Motion and second to continue the minutes to the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We have 2 minutes before we bring up our first timed item. So during that time, we will open citizens' input. This is a chance for the public to discuss anything that is not an agenda item today. Okay. You're welcome to approach the podium. And it does not pertain to any agenda item today. And please be sure to state your first and last name.
Joan Moss.
Good morning.
Sorry I didn't sign up for citizens input, but I want to question the fact that wine and vineyards are considered agriculture. I disagree with that. Wine produces alcohol, which is not a food. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Jake, while I have citizens input open, is there any hands in the Zoom room?
No, at this time, there are no hands raised in the Zoom. Oh, let me check again. No, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room. I do have several phone participants so for those phone participants, if you'd like to raise your hand, you could do so by dialing *9. Thank you. And there are still no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Thank you. Seeing no one in chambers wishing to give their input on citizens input, I will go ahead and close that. We are still waiting for 9:05, which it just clicked over. So our first timed item is a public hearing on consideration of major use permit extension, UPX 2290-01, for a billboard originally approved through major use permit UP 93-31, and consideration of categorical exemption CE 22-28 per SEQA section 15301. The applicant, Trudy LaMonica Signs, is proposing a 5-year extension for an existing billboard. The project is evaluated for being in accordance with Lake County General Plan, the Lakeport Area Plan, and the Lake County Zoning Ordinance Article 45. The project is located at 2595 South Main Street, Lakeport, California, and further described as APN 005-053-20.
Legal service has been determined on this matter.
Thank you, Jim. And staff, good morning. Hi, Eric.
Good morning. Good morning, all. Thank you for coming back. I'm sure your lives are very busy, and we appreciate you taking the time to come out and participate in this public event. So the first request is for an extension on an existing billboard. Site's located in the C3 zoning district, which does allow billboards. It was approved in 1993, and it's been properly extended up until this point in time. It's located just outside of the Lakeport city limits on a developed lot. The lot contains storage buildings, and the billboard is on the corner of it, visible from the highway. We've had no complaints, we've had no violations, there's been nothing that would prevent the planning commissioners from extending the life of this billboard for an additional 5 years. You can see what's around it. That yellow arrow depicts the site of where the billboard's located. Lakeport city limits are across the highway, but there is a highway in between the city and the billboard. Terrain in that vicinity is a little bit steep across the highway, flat where the billboard's located. And you can see the location of the billboard in this Google Pro snapshot that I used. We analyzed it for compliance with the general plan, with the Lakeport area plan, and with our zoning ordinance as is applicable. So signs and billboards, section 45.22, billboards are permitted use in the C3 zone, subject to a major use permit, which was obtained in 1993. And then there are height limits, billboard maximums per lot, sign face maximums, etc. And this particular billboard complies with everything within that subsection. C3, again, the use is allowed subject to a major use permit. And it's not a named use in the C3 zone, but it is in Article 27, Table B. Project analysis, expiration of permits. Section 60.1 authorizes extensions for permits that would otherwise expire. That's also true in Article 45 that requires billboards to be extended every 5 years. So we didn't need to evaluate CEQA. That was done when the original billboard came through, other than to determine that because there was no change to the project, it was eligible for a categorical exemption through Section 15301, existing facilities. Consequently, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt categorical exemption CE 22-28 and approve use permit extension UPX 2201. There are conditions primarily that relate to when the new 5-year extension is going to occur. And with that, I can take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioners, any questions for staff before we open it up for public comment for any discussion? No questions? We will open it up for public comment. Anybody in chambers wishing to speak on this agenda item? Okay, Jake, any hands in the Zoom room in regards to public comment?
No, at this time, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room. I do have a new phone participant. You can dial *9 to raise your hand in Zoom.
Thank you, Jake. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for motion.
I just want to make a couple comments. I feel like billboards are an obsolete way of advertising, and I don't think they contribute to the aesthetic appeal of this county at all. However, this one is in a location that is already pretty industrial. And I've also noticed that, as kind of shown in the picture, when billboards are not allowed, people find ways of going around it. They park trucks there that have big, ugly signs on them. So I'm ready to make a motion to approve this.
Okay. Did you want to?
Yeah, if there's no other comments.
No other further discussion? No?
I move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit extension UPX 22-01 applied by La Monica Signs on property located at 2595 South Main Street, Lakeport, further described as APN 005-053-20, is exempt from CEQA because it falls within Categorical Exemption Class 1, file number CE 22-28, based on the findings set forth in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit extension UPX 22-01 applied by La Monica Signs on property located 2595 South Main Street, Lakeport, further described as APN 005-053-20, does meet requirements of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and that the Planning Commission has reviewed and considered the categorical exemption CE 22-28, which was adopted for this project, and the use permit extension, file number UPX 21-02, be granted, and shall extend this use for a period of 5 years, subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to our next item.
Cell tower.
It's public hearing to, item number 2 is a public hearing on consideration of major use permit UP 22-09, and that a determination has been made that this project required a mitigated negative declaration to consider the adoption of an initial study IS 22-11. The applicant, New Singular Wireless PCS, DBA AT&T Mobility, is asking to consider to allow a 150-foot tall lattice cell tower and support equipment within a 40 by 45-foot enclosed lease area. The proposed project is located at 16200 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California, APNs 010-020-29, and further described, cancel that. That's the APN number. And just give us a moment while we pull up the PowerPoint presentation. Do we have the applicant here? Okay.
22.
Anyone in Zoom
No, 09.
for you? And Jake, I do believe there is someone on Zoom when we get to that point.
And legal notice has been determined on this matter.
Thank you, Jim.
It's on the E-Drive. Presentations. It's called UP 22-09. 09. UP 22-01? 09.
No, this is
It's UPX. No, it's, we have to go back.
It's not the one on the far left.
Can't see it.
The one on the far left is the UPX.
Yeah, that's not it. That's the one we just did.
Let's see. That's not it. Okay. But it wasn't up, right? It doesn't look like it was up.
Well, there are 4 within the subfolder, and this is the one we just did. There you go. Yeah. Thank you, Sam. I don't know if it's on shared mode or not.
It is not being shared yet.
Other left. This one?
That's, yeah.
gonna close some windows.
Okay, so I see the PowerPoint program being shared.
That's it.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Thank you, Sam.
I may need you for the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Got it.
The floor floor is yours, Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for the delay. Your planner is technologically challenged, apparently. So this is file number UP 22-09 and IS 2211. Proposal is for a 150-foot tall cell tower. It is located in the SC Combining District. Cell towers are regarded as a commercial use. The tower is actually located about 780 feet away from the right-of-way. It will be visible from highways 20 and 53 in part, just so you know that. It's located at 16200 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks. Parcel number is listed. Applicant is New Singular Wireless PCS. Property owner is listed. And so what we do is we review the permit, project scope, project analysis, CEQA analysis, and the recommendation. Again, the request is for a 150-foot tall lattice tower within a 40 by 45 fenced enclosure. The tower would have 9 antennas, a 30 kilowatt backup generator, an 8 by 8 walk-in equipment closet. The site is 35 acres in size. It's zoned RL rural lands with an scenic combining overlay. We got comments back yesterday from PG&E. They have no conflict, but they do have high voltage towers on the property, but they do not conflict with this cell tower. We prepared an initial study for the tower. That went to the state on April 14th of 2022. No adverse state or local agency comments were received. I did, however, receive 2 letters of support due to poor coverage in the area from emergency service providers. One was the Lake County Sheriff. That was a generic letter that was sent for a different tower, but they support cell tower coverage within Lake County because there are a lot of areas within the county that are very difficult to get cell coverage. Yesterday or the day prior, I got another email from a state agency that administers emergency services, and they too are in support of the cell tower putting emergency service provisions as being a priority. So having said that, we did receive several concerns this week after I put the PowerPoint together from local neighbors who were mainly concerned about the aesthetics because it will be partially visible from the highway. So the yellow star represents the site location. And again, these lots are quite large. That tower pad is just under 800 feet from the highway. You can see the site. It's already been partially cleared where that tower would be located. You see the access driveway leading up to the site. The PG&E facilities, I believe, are here, but they are not in proximity to the tower, so there would not be a conflict. The buildable area is not terribly steep. It's about 10% slope. Other parts of that lot are steep, greater than 30%. The applicant would provide an internal driveway with improvements so it'll be needed in order to be accessible by emergency vehicles if that need ever arises. This is the access road leading to the site. These are the tower elevations. I do need to point out that Article 71, which covers cell towers, recommends that they be disguised if possible. Applicant is not proposing any disguises. I did communicate with them 2 days ago indicating that they may need an alternative backup that actually provides some kind of a disguise. They can make them look like trees or other more common items that are not cell tower-ish in appearance. So, as is the case with any use permit, we evaluate for general plan conformance. In this case, we evaluated against the Shoreline Communities Area Plan and the Zoning Ordinance. There are 6 criteria that would have to be met for a use permit. The First one, that the use applied for will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. We found that it met that criteria. In fact, it provides potentially emergency service capability in that area that's currently underserved. Number two, the site is adequate in size, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the use. As I indicated earlier, the site's about 36 acres in size. The tower will be more than 150 feet from any property line, and the pad area is a total of 1,800 square feet in size, which is small compared to the overall size of the site. Streets, highways, and pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate to safely accommodate the proposed use. Well, this site is not open to the public. In fact, my understanding is that the enclosure, the 1,800 square foot enclosure, is going to be gated and locked. It'll be available to the workers that service the tower, and it's serviced approximately once monthly, is my understanding. I've already indicated that driveway improvements to the interior driveway to make it compliant with Public Resource Code 4290 and 91, which are CAL FIRE driveway standards, would occur. That there are adequate public or private services. Well, cell towers don't need water, they don't need sewer, and there's already power available to the site. They will have a backup generator, but it's only to be used during emergencies in order for the tower to continue to function in the event of a power outage. Number five, that it complies with all applicable plans. So we did compare it up against the general plan, the Shoreline Communities Area Plan, and the applicable portions of the zoning ordinance, and we were able to make a finding that it met all applicable plans that are adopted by Lake County. Finally, that no violations of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 of the Lake County Code exist on the property, and we found that there are no documented violations on the property. Just to back up a bit, the lot next door was actually approved for the same tower. However, it was unfeasible to use the lot due to a disagreement between the property owner and the applicant that occurred after the planning commissioners had approved this tower at the neighboring lot last year. Just so you know that. So this area has been evaluated for need and for the viability of having a cell tower in this location. So the next article we have to look at are Article 7, which is rural land, and Article 27, Table B, which actually allows wireless communication towers as a permitted use, but subject to a major use permit. Article 7 does not name a communication tower as a permitted use. However, Article 27 does. So therefore, we were able to make the finding that it is in fact allowed through a major use permit. Telecommunications Act, I'm not going to read it. I will just say that there is a federal act that occurred in 1996 that essentially put a priority on cell towers in local jurisdictions, primarily for emergency service communication. CEQA, we did an extensive CEQA evaluation. I co-authored this CEQA evaluation with Mike Taylor, who did an enormous amount of research on the impacts. And I too did an analysis of impacts that are potentially associated with the tower. There were some mitigation measures that we found that were potentially a factor. Aesthetics being the primary concern. Given the distance from the highway, we felt that even though it's 150 feet tall, that the setback distance is significant to the point where it would not adversely affect the skyline. So the environmental recommendation is to adopt initial study IS 22-11 and to approve major use permit 22-09 with conditions. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Field, do you have any comments?
I had a couple questions. Caltrans had some access concerns. Now, this is accessed via Almond Way, is that right?
Yep.
Were those addressed? Were they resolved?
Well,
Did the
they
right-
will be. I mean, they're going to have to do improvements in order to make it CAL FIRE compliant.
Okay. I think they had some rights-of-way and easements issues. So,
Okay, I'm not aware of any outstanding issues on it.
oh, okay, good. These take so long to get through the process that some of the materials are pretty dated. No, I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Chavez?
That was also one of my questions through reading the report. But we did get a letter from Patsy Thorburn saying that their family owns this property directly across from Highway 20, and that the tower will lie directly between the most desirable building location of their property. I don't know if there's been any communication with Ms. Thorburn, other than this letter that we
No,
got.
I received that letter this week, and honestly, with everything going on, I have not had an opportunity to communicate with her.
Okay. Is she here?
No.
Okay.
Well, she's not in chambers. Jake, do you by chance, we're going to go ahead and open up public comment so we can get some discussion, some dialogue going. What was Thorburn was the last name, correct?
Yeah.
Jake, is there anyone in the Zoom room with their hand raised in regards to a public comment by a Thorburn?
No, not with that last name. I do have a hand raised though.
Okay, I open public comment, so if they'd like to speak.
Okay, then, Donna, I've given you permission to speak. Looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good morning, this is Donna Makowitz from Clear Lake.
Davis with AT&T. I'm actually part of the applicant. Sorry, I think I raised my hand prematurely.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and handle Donna. Thank you I appreciate you letting us know that you're there. We'll take up your comment after. Donna, go ahead.
Okay, this is Donna Makowitz, and I just had a couple of concerns. This is such a huge tower. I was just wondering about the lighting. We know that it will it's in the pathway of the migratory birds in the Pacific Flyway. Do you monitor the amount of birds that will be killed with the towers? And on aesthetics, if the county accepts the 600 plus parcel from the Richard Klaus that was supposed to be a county park, of which 300 acres would be wilderness, is this fitting with a wilderness park? It looks to be like it's, if not, I know it will be within sight of the planned or suggested sports complex and the, I think there are a couple other things they needed to be accepted. But the wilderness park, I can't see how this would be something that would be desirable if you're out hiking in Oak Woodlands to look up and see a gigantic tower. I know they're needed, but I just wanted to voice my concerns over the aesthetics. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Jake, any other hands in the Zoom room? And anybody in chambers wishing to speak on this item, this would be your time as well.
I have no more hands raised in the Zoom room at this time.
Okay, would the applicant like to speak on any of the aesthetics or address any of the public comments that we've had? Feel free to approach the podium and be sure to state your first and last name, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carl Jones. I'm the AT&T representative applicant for this project. And thank you all for your time and consideration today. Firstly, I'd like to thank Eric Porter.
I'm just going to bring this up to you a little bit more.
Thank you.
Better.
Thank you, Eric Porter, for the staff report and all his hard work. It would also be remiss of me not to mention Mary Darby's office, who has supported us to get this in front of you today in an expedite fashion as much possible. As Eric had mentioned, this is a project that I brought before you in April of 2021 under UP 20-80. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, the property owner had multiple code violations on his property that he wasn't willing to work with the county on, so AT&T could not move ahead with building the tower on the original proposed property. So we're moving it over 500 feet to this project that we are here to review today. We also have a guest today from AT&T, Donna Davis, who will follow up my presentation, that will speak on behalf of the FirstNet. As you may or may not know, in 2017, AT&T was awarded the federal government contract to deploy and operate the nationwide public broadband service network, otherwise known as FirstNet. And the broadband community gets to benefit from this also with this infrastructure. This is a public safety driven project that we're hoping to have on air by now. Literally, I just received an email this week from the California Office of Emergency Services. Carl, if you need any assistance to get this site on air. I says, well, I was actually going to ask the planning commissioners if you have any free weekends, probably you could come and help strap on a tool belt and put some nuts and bolts together, because we really want to get this site built. I mean, it's fire season. This is critical infrastructure that this county certainly needs. So with that said, I urge you to recommend approve of the project. Aesthetics, I'm sorry for not addressing that. We did look at that. I've drove the project site many times over the last couple of years with the former planner, with Public Works, walked the site. We chose vetted this particular location because of the existing PG&E infrastructure that's on these parcels. We've looked up, and because of the skyline, a non-reflectant tower is what matches PG&E, and it's has little visual impact on the environment, as opposed to, I heard mention of a monopine tower building, and I'm sure you'd agree, 150-foot monopine tower with no other trees around will most likely stick out like a sore thumb, especially in this instance because it's against the skylight. Generally, when we build trees, they're in areas where there's other trees to camouflage a large tree, and it will also shield a lot of the wind. A lattice tower also, the engineering of it allows the wind to go through, and obviously Lake County gets a lot of high winds, especially on ridge tops and valleys, so that's another thing that we had to consider with the design engineering for this size of a tower. We need a 150-foot tower to fill the significant gap in coverage and service. AT&T uses industry standard approved tools by the courts to show where this gap in service and coverage is, and this is an area that is underserved and is desperate need of public safety improvement. So hopefully, again, I urge you to approve the application, because I think public safety outweighs a few aesthetic concerns for this tower. And with that, I'd like to hand off to Donna Davis, that would be talking on behalf of AT&T External Affairs in reference to the public safety network. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Donna Davis. I'm External Affairs for AT&T covering Lake County. It's my pleasure to be before you this morning. As Carl mentioned, in addition to critical coverage for residents and folks that are traveling along through this area, one of the key drivers for this project is the mission of FirstNet. When the towers fell on 9/11, and we had over 150 agencies responding to that emergency, they didn't have a ubiquitous platform to communicate. So coming out of the 9/11 Commission, it was determined that it was really critical for these types of disasters, and any, in fact, that some kind of solution be developed, and that was the FirstNet Authority, the first high-speed nationwide wireless broadband network dedicated to public safety. And what that means is that there's dedicated bandwidth here on this site for FirstNet users. That's public safety, first responders, and even extending to other users like public works, water, power, and really providing them a highly secure, reliable solution when they're responding to these emergencies. And I know that Lake County is no stranger to those emergencies. I've worked many times with Sheriff Martin over the last years when we've had outages, and so I know how important that coverage is. And that's the FirstNet is going to provide that to those responders. When those 150 agencies were responding to the towers, they didn't have situational awareness. There was no way to communicate to know where each other were or there or what was going on between different agencies. And FirstNet, the FirstNet network will allow those users to do that and have that communication. And that's the key driver here, is public safety. We know that we're no stranger to wildfires here in this area, PS events, you name it, we've gone through it, right? So we appreciate your time today to consider this very critical need in the area of Lake County. And any questions, we're happy to take those.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak on this topic while I have public comment open? No? Jake, any hands in the Zoom room?
No, at this time, there are no hands in the Zoom room.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion or motion. Any questions?
I support this project. I think it's important to have infrastructure, especially in our rural county. Communication is key for first responders, and I believe that this is something that we need here. So I'm sorry about that. I'm willing to support this project and ready to make a motion if.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I was really torn by Ms. Thorburn's concerns because these towers really are pretty hideous. But I've seen the fake trees that you were mentioning, and they look like fake trees. I looked at the photographs, and honestly, you know, there's so many towers up there. I mean, this is kind of a defeatist attitude, but there's so many towers up on that hillside already. And again, the public safety concerns, I think they're greater than what we're looking at aesthetically. That's all.
Thank you for your comment.
So I'm prepared to make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study applied for by New Singular Wireless PCS AT&T Mobility on property located on 16200 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California 95423, and further described as APN 010-020-29 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I further move that the Planning Commission find the use permit UP 22-09 applied for by New Singular Wireless PCS AT&T Mobility on property located on 16200 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California 95423, and further described as APN 010-020-29 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. There's the last, do you see the last one?
I think we have to approve the wireless communication facility.
Commissioner Field, if you have it up, or, okay, go ahead.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the wireless communication facility applied for by New Singular Wireless, is that the one that I read? Oh, yeah. PCS, AT&T Mobility on property located at 16200 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California 95423, and further described as APN 010-020-29 does meet the requirements of Section 71.13 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and that the Planning Commission has reviewed and considered the mitigated negative declaration which was adopted for this project, and the wireless communication facility be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. All right. Moving on to our third item. It's a public hearing on consideration of major use permit UP 22-13 and to consider categorical exemption CE 22-22 per SEQA section 15303 subsection C. The applicant, Ripe Choice Farm, Mark and Tammy Lips, is proposing convert a portion of his 5+ acre lot to accommodate special events. The property contains a 116-year-old farmhouse and a 100-year-old barn that has been recently remodeled. The buildings are not on a historic registry. The application material submitted states that there will be between 1 and 2 events per month for up to 8 months per year, that the site can accommodate up to 75 cars, and that the events could have up to 100 people attending. The application states that there will be amplified music inside the barn for some events, and that the farmhouse, which contains a commercial kitchen, can supply food for the events. The project is located at 1550 Soda Bay Road, Lakeport, California, and further described as APN 008-010-46.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to make a correction to the address.
Address.
It's actually 2550 Soda Bay Road. It was misprinted in the copy of the agenda that was distributed to the planning commissioners, but we caught it in the notices and they were corrected. So the
Excellent.
notices,
The notice is actually correct?
yes.
Okay, excellent. Man, that was a hard one to read too, so I appreciate you catching that.
Sure. I need to get Sam up here to help me with the setting up the PowerPoint.
Sure.
And
Sam to
again,
the rescue.
my apologies. Sorry, Sam.
And legal notice has been determined. Legal notice has been determined on this matter.
Thank you, Jim.
This is file number UP 22-13. Sorry. Drive, Planning Division. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
UP 22-13, Ripe Choice.
That's, yeah. F5.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm sorry, we
Yeah,
only have
the
the,
blind guy, huh?
we don't have the actual presentation shared in Zoom right now.
One more time, Jake.
We don't have the actual presentation shared. We only see the document.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
Is that it, Jay?
Jake, is that better?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
Thanks, Sam.
See?
Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Okay to proceed, Madam Chair?
Please.
All right. We have before us UP 22-13 and Categorical Exemption 22-22. This is for Ripe Choice Farms located at 2550 Soda Bay Road in Lakeport. As the chair indicated earlier, minimal or no site disturbance is needed for this, so we found that it was eligible for a categorical exemption. The transition of a traditional vineyard farm to a potential event venue actually occurred prior to the current owners acquiring the property. Current owners are trying to legitimize special events on the site. Before I go into this, I do want to indicate that we have had similar types of event venues in the past. The most recent that I was familiar with is called Shack on the Hill, and it authorized up to 18 events per year. We did not put a cap on events with this one. That might be something for your consideration to add, given that there is some opposition to this proposal by several neighbors. So having said that, I indicated the location, the parcel number is listed. Mark and Tammy Lips are the property owners and the applicants. Requests for a major use permit to allow special events. No construction is needed. Primary buildings are the house and the barn. The barn, I believe, actually has a commercial kitchen in it. And it had been previously used for events. We did receive complaints on one event in particular, but on several events, which caused staff to contact the applicant owner, Mr. Lips, who then submitted a zoning permit, which allows up to 3 uses per year. And so he was unaware that that zoning permit was an option or that it was required. So he did come in, he did apply for the zoning permit to allow up to 3 events. Those 3 events were held. They were documented by one of the complaining parties, but there were no specific complaints. We sent code enforcement to the site. They were unable to ascertain that there were any active violations. And the comment that I received from Linda Bill Rosas was that the site is very clean, it's well maintained, and she didn't observe any obvious violations of anything. And so we did act on the complaints that were received. We were not out there at the time that the events occurred. We were out there during work hours, and the events are typically after-hour events. So having said that, the property is 5.48 acres in size. It's zoned ag, scenic combining waterway and floodway fringe. It is in a floodplain. General plan designation is agriculture, and the agriculture designated land does allow special events, typically associated with wineries. There's a vineyard on the site. It's an active vineyard, and so there's a correlation to an existing ag use on the site, although the events aren't necessarily tied to the vineyard use. So this is the zoning map. The entire area is zoned agriculture. That would be across Soda Bay Road as well as adjacent to the Lips property. Aerial photo. This is the site. And it's, again, very, very pastoral, very well maintained. There is on-site parking. There is also a condition based on the complaints that parking on Soda Bay Road is prohibited. And so they would not, if they have events, be allowed to allow their people to park on Soda Bay Road as proposed. You can see the house and the barn. And then there are some pictures of the inside of the barn and the house, the barn actually. And so there's quite a bit of room for guests to be seated inside of the structure. Again, it's very clean, very well maintained. As with any use permit, we have to look at general plan, the area plan that applies, and the zoning ordinance to make sure that it's all in conformance with those 3 documents. Public services, private permitted groundwater well serves the property as well as a septic system. We did contact environmental health to find out if they have adequate septic services, and environmental health spent a long time evaluating it, and their conclusion was that they do up to a point. And so the septic system is oversized for a house. I'll let the applicant address the actual events with regards to the septic system. PG&E Power supplies power to the site. Interior driveway is paved, and there are no visible on-site violations that were discovered by our code enforcement department. So we now analyze it for compliance with the 6 findings that need to be met for a major use permit. And I indicated that we had received adverse comments, primarily from 2 individuals that are part of the record. We notified neighbors within 725 feet. They had the opportunity to respond, and there were probably no less than 20 letters in support of the project. So there's a great deal of community support, not necessarily immediate neighbors, but certainly Lake County residents have weighed in on this. So the 6 findings we have to make: that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, general welfare of the neighborhood. Again, we did receive complaints. They were based on an event that occurred prior to April 4th, which is when the applicant was contacted by staff following a very well-attended event that had cars parked on Soda Bay Road that were creating problems for the neighbors. So the applicant came in, applied for the zoning permit. It was granted. It was an over-the-counter permit that allowed up to 3 events in a calendar year. And since that permit was issued, we have received negative feedback, but it was primarily based on the event that happened before the zoning permit was submitted. Number 2, the site is adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the type of use and the level of development proposed. Well, the site's 5.5 acres. It has room for approximately 70 cars on site. The applicant is required to coordinate with environmental health to make sure that on-site sewage disposal can be accommodated by the existing and potential additional septic systems. That was actually added as a condition of approval. So before we authorize any events, they have to get approval from environmental health. Number 3, streets, highways, and pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate. The site's served by Soda Bay Road, a paved county-maintained road. Relatively narrow shoulders, but the road itself is in good condition. Number 4, that there are adequate public or private services. As I indicated, environmental health has reviewed the file. Septic tank was upgraded and is currently big enough. So the 750 gallons would have accommodated a 5-bedroom house, and they doubled the size of that. So essentially it was the equivalent of a 10-bedroom house that can serve that site. But again, they have to get cleared through environmental health prior to the county authorizing the beginning of events. Number 5, that the project isn't, let me back up. They have adequate fire, they have adequate police protection. They're on the outer fringes of Lakeport. The area is served by CAL FIRE, and I believe Lakeport Fire District also supports this area. Water supply is through a private on-site well, and sewage disposal I've already touched on. They do have power from PG&E lines that are adjacent to the property. The project is in conformance with applicable provisions and policies of the code, general plan, and other applicable plans such as the Lakeport area plan. We were able to make that finding. This is a discretionary permit, so it is discretionary to the Planning Commission as to whether to approve the plan, the use permit. Special events are permitted in the ag zone, subject to a major use permit per table B within Article 27. And finally, that no violations exist of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26, with chapter 21 being the zoning ordinance. We found that there had been a problematic event. The applicant addressed it. There are currently no active violations on the site per our code enforcement department, and staff had no ongoing issue with the request. Project analysis, no site disturbance is needed. The site is fully developed and ready for special event use. And the project qualifies for a categorical exemption under CEQA sections 15301 and 15303. Our recommendation is to adopt categorical exemption CE 22-22 and to approve use permit 22-13 with conditions. And I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you for
Madam
your.
Chair?
Hi, Nicole.
Hi. Just a noted correction. Eric had begun the report, his presentation by stating that there are no limits for events in a year. However, the report does state that it will be between 1 and 2 events per month, up to 8 months per year, and the conditions of approval for the permit actually do state 18 events per calendar year with no month limit. So those are 2 different limits. If you would prefer one other than the 18, then your commission would need to amend the conditions of approval.
Thank you.
Can we just make it both?
Excuse me. They're contradictory. So the 1 to 2 events per year would, I think, be a maximum of about 16 events, not 18, as the conditions of approval would allow, 18 per year. And the conditions of approval, if you could keep the 18, and then you could limit it to a certain number of events per month. But currently, the conditions of approval do not do that, whereas the report does, in fact, state that it would be limited to 1 to 2 events per month.
Thank you. Does that clarify for you?
Maybe I'm not understanding the simple math involved here, but 1 to 2 events per month sounds like 24 per year to me, maximum.
But it stated.
No, for 8 months.
8 months.
Oh, okay, so that's, okay, I get it, thanks.
Yes, no problem.
Any comments or questions, Commissioner Chavez? Okay, we will go ahead and open it up for public comment. If the applicant wishes to speak or anyone in opposition. Jacob, we're going to go ahead and start in chambers, and then I will be sure to check in with you in the Zoom room.
Piece of cards, if anybody would like a card for the farm.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Deep breath.
Good
and then,
morning. I know, I can speak in front of hundreds of people, but you guys are making me so nervous.
Oh, man.
So anyway, thank you, commissioners, chair, and staff. And I also want to especially thank Eric Porter. Everything you've heard about planning, not true. He was very communicative, always got back to me in a reasonable amount of time. I didn't feel like I was being ghosted at all. And I didn't always hear what I wanted to hear, but he was very professional and honest in his comments. And so I really appreciate that. We can't ask for anything more than that, really.
Before we get too carried away, will you please state your first and last name?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm Mark Lips, and we own the Ripe Choice Farm. We are an organic farm, 6 acres, approximately 6 acres. We have 2 acres of vineyards, 1.5 acres we sell to organic winery, and another ½ acre we turn over from soup to nuts, managing it, to the Lake County Symphony Wine Club for their fundraising efforts, which their fundraiser is coming up very soon, June 11th. That takes some burden off me, which is great. We have 115 fruit trees, 5 walnut trees. We have row crops, and I have 3 hydroponic gardens. I think with the drought, the way it's going, that I really want to start. I want to experiment with hydroponics to see if we can't. Hydroponics, You can actually measure your nutrients, you can recycle the water, and it becomes more efficient, and you're using less water because you're recycling water. And so I would have to build a system. Right now, they're small hydroponic gardens, but they work. Gosh, I was born in a small town. We're members of the Lake County Farmers Market. We're regular vendors there. In addition to the farm, as mentioned, we have, when we bought it, it was already built out. We have a commercial kitchen in the barn. We have a small event space barn that we use for meetings and events and all of that when we do have them. 2 days before we moved in is when the lockdown happened for COVID. So all of our events in LA and all of our events here were all canceled. So the good news is my kids weren't working, so they get to come up and be farmers for a couple months, which was exciting for them. Just so you know, they've now told all their friends about Lake County, and they're all starting to come up here. And we really, I think, resonate with millennials here because of all the activities you can do, as well as get your farm to fork it, and it's very affordable. We do have animals. They're not meat animals. We rescued 2 mini pigs from a terrible situation in Bakersfield. We rescued a 100-pound tortoise that we now have corralled because, it did escape a couple of times. And they're like toddlers. They're quicker than you think, really. You take your eye off of them, they're all the way across wherever. And I know that the sheriffs or the county police have gotten some great selfies with that tortoise. We have chickens because we like to have our eggs and serve that. We're trying to be models of sustainability. As I mentioned, the hydroponic gardens, the farm to table. We do wine tasting dinners. We do dinners in the vineyard. So it's, we're trying to be model citizens for what we think agricultural can represent, and also promote Lake County. We've gotten a lot of, you mentioned septic. Yeah, we're way overbuilt for septic, but if there's any event that we have that's probably 50 people or more, if there's more than 50 people, we bring in porta potties. So we don't use septic for events. And I also want to thank, if anybody's listening who's sent in support letters, thank you so much. It was really appreciated. And I really appreciate the people who have come and supported us here. If nothing else, what we thought when we first moved here, that these are the nicest people and most giving people in any county we've ever lived, which has only been really one other county, but people are leaving there. Really thank you to those folks. And I know that with planning and all of that, it's all about checking the boxes and things like that. But I do believe that if nothing else, what came out of these letters and these support letters really says that we chose the right county to live in. Anyway, if you have any questions, don't ask me, ask somebody else. But
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Lip sits down, Director Darby had asked me about the hydroponic aspect of it. I don't really understand what hydroponics are. I think I do, but I don't think they're tied to the events, but I just want...
No, they're not. They're small hydroponic towers that we have. You plug them in. And we have solar. We got solar, so we're on solar. We're on 2 wells, one for ag and one for the house. Everybody knows about those. The hydroponic gardens are just little hydroponic towers you plug in. I have there's a tub underneath the towers. Each tower has these little places that you can put starts, and the water has a little motor in it. The water comes up and through every 15 minutes and waters these plants. and.
So it's recycled, basically, it kind of
Right,
just.
recycling the water.
Yeah.
And you can put nutrients, so you can easily measure it versus measuring the soil. You can easily measure this. So imagine if you put pipes all along, just PVC piping all along your crops, and you planted crops and I'm talking a large PVC pipe, and mostly these are lettuces and cucumbers and watermelons, things like that, but you planted crops in these PVC piping, and you had a tank where you could just recycle the water, and that way you're not pulling, you're being very efficient with your water, and you can measure it and all of that, so.
It's entirely self-sustained.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you for
So you have
that.
to fill it again with water.
Does that answer your question, Director Darby?
It does. I just want to make sure he gets permits for that. Thank you.
Any other, we do have public comment open, so anybody wishing to speak on this item, please feel free, and be sure to state your first and last name.
My name is April Leiferman, and I have been an educator in Lake County for 36 years, raised my children here, and now my grandchildren, and a lot of other people's children. And so why am I talking about Mark Lipson, Right Choice Farms? Well, I have to tell you that he's not a family member, he's not a neighbor. We are fellow Rotarians, but what I do is everything I've done in the last 36 years is really through the lens of education. And so you may have had a little display here, but Mark has a very energetic and charismatic personality. And the volunteer things that he does, he had a youth entrepreneurial program where he was in Southern California, a 9-month program for children that we'd really like to take a look at and bring here. I also accompanied my grandchildren to the 4-H Lake County field trip. And of course, there's Mark and Tammy, and they're not only just giving out food, but if you could imagine his connection with children and got them so excited. By the way, we have so much to be proud of what we have here in Lake County in agriculture and the volunteers who came to talk to the children. A lot of times Lake County children are not, know about all the things to be proud of. But when they went through those different volunteer stations, they were like, wow, about the bees, and Mark is engaging the children, and he's showing the hydroponics, and they're all interested in that kind of stuff. He does so many volunteer things that really, really, he is a gem beyond just, what he's doing with his company and with his farm. So I would hate to see something like parking or anything else be an obstacle of him staying here and all his contributions. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mimi Whitaker, and I'm one of the people who sent a letter in support of Mark. Actually, Mark didn't mention that he also does a newsletter weekly about everything that's going on in Lake County. And that's how I learned about most of what's going on in Lake County. I've been here only 4 years, and I feel like his letter, his writing, is always positive, upbeat, and everybody who has something going on in the county can send it to him, and he'll put it in that newsletter. I think this is a really valuable asset that hasn't been mentioned, and I also appreciate that he has done work to mitigate the problems that were brought up by a neighbor. And from what I understand, there aren't that many neighbors that were objecting. So I hope that you will approve his permits, and even if there's extra permits coming his way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Harper. I'm the current Executive Director of the Lake County Farm Bureau. To preface my recommendations to the Commission, I would just like to state that the Farm Bureau's goal on this matter is to encourage the agritourism that occurs at Right Choice Farms while also protecting the routine, uninterrupted, productive use of surrounding agricultural properties. So I think that what would be extremely beneficial in this case is to make this permit as specific as possible to not only protect surrounding producers, but to also protect Ripe Choice Farms. So to follow that, I would say, it might be necessary to include a time limit for these events, as well as distinguish the difference between meeting size events and larger events in that permit. So those are my recommendations, and I feel that both of the implementation of both of those would be highly beneficial to, complaints filed by other neighbors, agricultural producers in the area, and Ripe Choice Farms as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Robert Galdo, and I am the president of Lake County Farm Bureau, and I want to welcome Rebecca. This is Rebecca's second week at Lake County. She just graduated Oklahoma State last week, so we're very proud to have her here. I wanted to bring up a couple issues, and I wanted to take a step back. Some of you have been around the county longer than others, but we went through some of this 15, 16, 17 years ago when Frank Perez applied for Rancho de la Fuente. And some of you have been there and saw the evolution of what he did there. It didn't start out great. So what we're doing to a point is reinventing the wheel, and maybe we can take some of those thoughts and things that he did there and maybe smooth some of the communications out. And I think that's where we're missing the boat on this. I farm right across the street from Frank Perez. I farm a stone's throw from the applicant here. I farm 2 blocks of grapes. Mm-hmm. And by the way, you can pick grapes, crush grapes, and sell them other than alcohol, and we've done it many times the last handful of years. So grapes are agriculture, wine grapes are agriculture. Apologize anybody that may disagree with that, but I'm proud to be in agriculture. I've been in agriculture all my life. And taking a step back, I got on the Lake County Farm Bureau board in 1986. I was 11. So the reason I got on the board is I had a problem neighbor. And the neighbor would call the sheriff every time I'd spray at night. I'd spray at night because it was just easier. It was easier on the neighbors. 2 o'clock in the morning, less traffic. And the other problem the neighbor had was we'd start wind machines at night. And wind machines in some areas of the county lately have been a problem. So I'd start when the problem neighbor would say, "How come you don't start the wind machines after my kids leave on the school bus in the morning?" And I gently said, it doesn't work that way. So one time I sprayed at 2 o'clock in the morning, and here comes the sheriff's car. So 5 minutes later, I'm in the back of the sheriff's car with handcuffs, trying to explain to the deputy, this is what we do. And please get a hold of the dispatcher. Tell her to call the sheriff and explain, we have a problem and we're going to have a lot of embarrassment tomorrow morning. So the dispatcher calls the sheriff, who was James Wright, lives in Kelseyville. And about 2 minutes later, I could hear on the other side of the dispatcher, get him out of the back seat. I'm in my spray suit, I'm in handcuffs, but that's what happens when you have no communication. In this case, I think communication is the big problem here. And maybe not just with the applicant, but that's a big problem. I farm just down the road. I'm a Lake County Farm Bureau president. Today's the first time I've ever seen him. And that shouldn't have happened. He's been doing this for 2 years. Over the last 2 years, I've gotten calls from my members. What's going on? So about 3 months ago, get a hold of the county. What are the restrictions on the permit? There's nothing going on there. I said, they're having events. What are the restrictions? They realize there's no permit. This has been going on for 2 years. How could this happen? Communication. So I'm going to urge we take at least a couple weeks, get together with the county, with the applicant, Farm Bureau, anybody else in the area, and get together and have a conversation. What we can do to fix this. If we have events, we have to reduce them to an amount that'll work for everybody. Chasewater has 8, 10, 12 a year. The primary purpose for Chasewater is to have events that keep their wine going. And it should be about agriculture. They have a couple nonprofits a year, 2 or 3 for money. The rest is for Chase Water to keep their winery and their wine club going. So I think, I'm gonna suggest again that we have some communication before we decide on this. So, any questions?
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Beth Havrilla. I am the owner of Lake Event Design, and I'm also the Fund Development Manager for Hospice Services of Lake County. I'm not going to go over everything I was going to say because a lot of it has already been covered. Just over 2 years ago, when Mark and Tammy arrived in Lake County, basically on the same day COVID hit, they jumped in and got involved in numerous community organizations, not only participating in, but making a difference in each one of those organizations. My closest affiliation is through the Rotary Club of Lakeport, where Mark will be our president in 2023 to 2024. I talked him into it. It didn't take much talking into. The problem of March 12th, it was a celebration of life. The parking issue that happened. I had asked Mark and Tammy to do us a favor and allow us to have a celebration of life for a very, very loved friend of ours. They said yes. They asked us to make sure there was no parking on the street. Mark had to be at the farmer's market that morning. As the guests were arriving, we were inside the property. We were making sure everybody parked properly inside the property, but what happened was some folks decided it would be a great idea to park outside, and we didn't realize that was happening. By the time I realized, it was too late. There were quite a few cars up and down the street, and I apologized. I apologized to the neighbors about that, actually that day. Jumping over to my role as Fund Development Manager for Hospice Services, I can't tell you how much we appreciate Mark and Tammy and the events that they've held, small events that they've held that have driven nice proceeds back to our organization. They've made a huge difference to our hospice agency and through no cost to us, which you can imagine on our fundraising, we pay lots of labor, lots of supplies, lots of things to have fundraisers happen. They've done it for us with no cost to us. I have lived in Lake County all of my life. I've raised a family, I've owned businesses, and I can say I have never met a couple that has given so much of themselves in so many ways the minute their boots hit the ground, even with the world being shut down the day they arrived. We are so fortunate they chose Lake County. We need to embrace this couple and do what we can to make sure that their permit gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Good morning.
My name's Dan Darvision.
Can you repeat your name just one more time?
Dan Darvision.
Thank you.
I live just across McGaw Slough, and apparently across the street from this gentleman here, too. I've been in the county since 1968, and boy, has there been an improvement. I remember getting up and when I was in Kelseyville High School and looking out when the smudge pots were going. So if, if the propellers in the morning bother people, believe me, I moved from Los Angeles. It was like being home again, So there was a party that was over. I live close enough, you could practically throw a stone across the creek. And it went on a bit long. I remember this incident. There were cars parked all over the place. But the music was fantastic. But it was really good. And later, Mark came down. He realized that the things had gotten a bit loud and came down. And what I appreciated was he came down personally. Actually, both he and Tammy later came down and apologized to us and to other neighbors around the place. So, I started to receive his newsletter as well, and it is rather informative. He's a pretty bright guy and funny. And so I don't see any reason. My folks had started a business years ago. Well, there was a mixed family, and both fathers started this business, and it failed. And it failed because I think it was, they did all the traffic studies they could, and, it was a mobile homes parts and service place in Clear Lake, and people stayed away by the droves, I think, because they'd rather at that point in 68 drive all the way over to Ukiah rather than to trust these new people who had this business. And I'm with another speaker who says, let's welcome these folks. They're doing a heck of a good job. They're conserving water, and they're still farming. And despite the fact that Tony Scully doesn't like walnuts, then mixed with pears, it's a bad meal for Gerber baby food. They have kept the place running as a farm, and I just love the idea. And God, with what's going on in grapes and people migrating away from places like Napa Valley and like that, who knows? There's, what sort of sustainable development could still happen, right on the property in front of me with this sort of thing. So obviously, I vote in their behalf, and I urge you leniency and wish them good luck. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Russell, and I would like to point out with regard to the statements that have been made about them not having the appropriate permit is people don't know what they don't know until they realize they don't know it. Mm-hmm. And as soon as they were made aware, they came in and they started the process. So I just want to make sure that we're all considering that. And the other thing is I've been to 2 events at their property since that time. And I want everybody to be aware, these were very well organized. There were parking attendants to ensure that everybody was parked appropriately and that nobody was parked on the road. There were porta potties that were brought in addition to the facility that they already have. There were specified timeframes with a starting time and an ending time for the events. And in my personal experience with Mark and Tammy, they do strive to be good community members, good neighbors. They're very involved. They're very involved in local organizations, and what they offer is really special. And I hope that that is also taken into consideration. Their barn is well suited for these events, and I would really like to see what they could do if they're able to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christian Clark. I have been a resident of Lake County since 2007. I would like to speak briefly on my personal experiences with Mark and Tammy at The Right Choice. What we've been doing there as far back as about 18 months ago, we're working to create and maintain an environment that promotes agro-tourism for Lake County, as well as farm-to-fork availability of high-quality organic produce, like he mentioned about the hydroponic gardens, as well as the 6,000 square feet row crops of vegetables. I'm also proud to help maintain the property with the 115 fruit trees and walnuts and 2 vineyards. All of these things Mark and Tammy have opened up for me to be a part of with what they do. In regards to the event that was mentioned with parking on the street, since that event, they have hired me to be on hand for almost every event to help with parking and facilitating people and ushering and things of the sort. And since that event, I can say that none of that has happened. And I would just like to say, echoing what many people have said already, that Mark and Tammy are somebody that we should be embracing here, because they can be a great asset to Lake County. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Pam Harpster, and I'm the branch manager of Management Connections. It's a staffing agency in Lakeport. And I won't repeat everything else that people have said, but I will want to point out that I believe that Mark Lips is actually an economic, our local economic driver for our county, which is what we need. When you have big events, people come and they visit and they see Lake County, but even small events that are intimate, like what he and Tammy do, actually introducing people from out of town, what Lake County is all about, what it's like to be on a farm, as he figures it out himself, because he's, you know, he admittedly was green when he first got here and realized there wasn't a switch to turn the farm off. I mean, what he's providing, you know, the world right now is amazing, and it's actually helping our county economically. So please don't disregard him in that. Thank you.
I do believe you have more time. I don't think I reset it, if you had anything else to say.
I think everything else has been said
Okay.
eloquently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I haven't forgot about the Zoom room, Jake.
Awesome, thank you. We do have one hand raised at this
Okay.
time.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Birch, and my wife, Lori De Leon, is also here in the back. I'm the neighbor. So my journey on this particular mission started with welcoming Mark and Tammy to the community. I saved 2 of their tortoises for them. Well, found one and saved one. I drug their dog out of the Soda Bay Road 5 times and was really hoping we were going to have a great relationship. And they're having events, and I'm very well aware of what the permit that was held for that property was, because we didn't object it. In 2020, a catering permit was issued, MUP 2017, and we did not object to that, and we thought it was an okay thing to be happening there, and I have been in business in Lake County for 28 years and supported them just fine. And so I want to make point that staff is actually incorrect by saying that events have been historically done there. They have been historically done, but not under a proper permit. That permit that was issued to that property was allowed no more than 8 people on the property on any one day. Students, adults, children, whatever. It was designed to cater. And so events were taking place as the pandemic eased a bit, and we're thinking, man, you know, gosh, we sure hope they're going to get a permit for what they're doing. And then we got a text message, my neighbor and I, a group text message on just shortly before 11/6/21, and it said, hey, we're going to have a big party, going to run till midnight, and you know, just letting you know, we're going to be inside with the DJ. And so I texted him back and said, hey, you can't run till midnight. You can't run past 10. And the response was, on a Saturday, we'll all look into that. So, okay, fine. The 11/6 came, and they threw a party of epic proportions. There was a 10-piece mariachi band, horns. They had harvest lights outside. They started at 3:30 in the morning. They didn't respect the 10 o'clock. They ran till 10:30. And so on Sunday morning, we were pretty heartbroken. We couldn't even function at our house. It was so loud and so bright. And so I did due diligence. I came in on Monday morning, came into the planning, said, hey, I know there's a permit here. I need to look at it, and I need to confirm what I'm pretty sure of already. So I pulled the permit, and sure enough, there it is for catering, no more than 8 people. So I contacted Mark, and I said, hey, the party you had, no bueno, okay? And this thing is unacceptable to us, and you are not nearly permitted anywhere in any way, shape, or form to hold that kind of party. And he said, well, you know, live and learn, take care. And we're like, what? Live and learn, take care? That's not really acceptable. That's what we were trying to say. We were trying to say, this isn't acceptable. We're right there. We're your neighbors. We've been good to you. What do you mean it's not acceptable? So I filed a complaint. I filed a complaint to code enforcement, said, hey, this party of epic proportions happened. I never heard back from them. Following week, another party, filed another complaint. Another week, another party, filed a complaint. So after 3 complaints that we filed, we never heard back from CDD or code enforcement. And so we were like, man, we're not going to get anywhere here. Nobody is going to listen to us. And so we just sat there with our hands tied, and the events kept happening, and it just kept really getting like, this is terrible. So in February, I kept documenting all the parties, documenting, keeping track. And in February, we sent another complaint in with all the documented parties that had taken place. And so we're like, oh my gosh. So then on the one party that everybody seems to be focused on, where the cars were on the road, I'm on the road, I'm pruning my trees down my driveway, and I see the traffic just going berserk. And so I'm like, what the heck's going on? So I go down there, oh my gosh, cars are being parked everywhere. And I'm like, I gotta document more stuff. And so I go, where's my phone? Don't have it. Go back to the house, come back, and there is a pickup that is pulled into right against our driveway where I cannot see to get out of our driveway. And so somebody comes by, and I said, hey, and I'm a little upset, I'm not mad, I'm not angry, but I'm kind of upset. I'm like, hey, could you please tell the host that he's got to move this one pickup because we can't see to get out of our driveway, and if we can't do that, well, we'd have to tow it. The guy says, F you, a-hole. And I said, excuse me? He goes, F you, a-hole. And I go, wait a minute, what are you saying that for? And he goes, just shut up, And then his wife comes behind him and says, nobody's going to die, F you, a-hole. And I'm like, holy crap. I was so upset. I just gathered up my pruning tools, got on my golf cart, went back to the house, and filed another complaint. And I wrote a letter to Miss Darby, and I said, Miss Darby, we filed 5 complaints. We've never heard from code enforcement. We've never heard from you. Why, you know what, we're going to go over and beyond you to go be heard. We need to be heard on this issue. And so at that point, Ms. Darby evidently sent somebody out, code enforcement. So code enforcement came out evidently, which I'm unaware of. I don't know any of this because CDD will not communicate to me. They will not pick up the phone. They will not send an email. They won't do anything. And so in the meantime, I guess Ripe Choice has filed an application for this major use permit. We're not really aware of that. Not that everybody has to make us aware of that. But in doing so and in reviewing this party, Mr. Porter sends out an email, which is documented actually in the public record complaint form for this, that he's going to deny he's going to deny this major use permit. Well, the applicants went absolutely berserk and started going across the county, recruiting every single person they can. This neighbor is effing a-hole, I guess. And so we're just taken back by it.
I hate to cut you a little bit short.
Okay, let me get to the point then. Can I do that, Ms. Price? And I'll do that. So biggest problems that we have with this is we've never actually not wanted them to succeed as a business. They have run without a permit. We informed them on 11/9, you do not have a permit. A permit was never sought until they got in trouble for the road incident. And when the permit was actually put together, we believe that permit is incomplete. We do not believe the work has been done. It completely changes the landscape of the zone parcel that's zoned ag. As the permit reads, it's generic at best and does not define the outline and expected parameters. We've touched on that. We don't even know how many events can take place definitively yet. Okay? History shows that the applicants, they don't respect the county bylaws. They've been notified they don't have a permit and they didn't seek it. And there isn't enough parking for 70 vehicles. And on top of that, we have a temporary ordinance that allows them to bring in RVs. And as long as they buy products from them. And so these RVs are coming in every single day, usually 2 of them during the peak season. They run their generators out front. And so the parking along with the RV is not realistic. And the applicants, this is ag first. We get it. We want you to succeed. We want you to have this business. We've heard from the public. These are great people. They haven't been great to us. And they haven't followed the bylaws. And they've had some pretty big events that have involved our public officials. And I don't think our public elected officials appreciate going to an unpermitted event. I don't believe that. And so what we're asking here is to do just like the president of the Farm Bureau has said, You need to step back, needs to put some parameters on this. We need to actually put the actual work into this permit. If you're going to have this and you're going to be that great, we want you to be. But you need to do the work first, and you need to step back. And we're asking you to postpone this today for further review and have the Planning Commission go back and do their job and actually, 5 complaints, never heard a word. We're being discriminated against is how we feel. We can't feel any different. So go back, do your work. Please succeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item, feel free to approach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm really going to have to keep an eye on the 3-minute thing, so I appreciate your guys' patience.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Laura McAndrews Samuel, and I'm the CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. And, Ripe Choice Farms is one of our members, and Mark sits on our board of directors. I have to say, I first met Mark when he first moved to Lake County. Literally, probably 3 weeks after he moved here, he became a member of the Rotary Club of Lakeport. He's been very, very involved in our community and doing everything he can to help this community succeed. One thing I do agree with Mr. Birch about is that the application does not have any parameters, and we do support the LIPS application with parameters, and our letter that we wrote spells those out. I highly recommend that we that perhaps a decision can be made today on some of those parameters. I see that I was looking at the agenda yesterday, and it looks like Mr. Porter has also made some recommendations that are pretty close in line with what we have recommended. If we hold this and continue it at another meeting of the Planning Commission months down the road, the LIPS are going to miss their peak season. And it seems wildly unfair to me. So I support a decision today based on parameters, because I agree with Mr. Birch that there needs to be a limit on the frequency of events, the time that the events get over, the parking for the events, all of that stuff. And again, I believe I read the conditions of use that Mr. Porter wrote. So thank you very much for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Anita Sandravasi, and I'm a resident of Kelseyville.
Just a second. He's going to help you with your mic real quick, just so everyone can hear you.
Thank you.
You may have to start over, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, go ahead and start
You can
over.
hear me now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Anita Sandravasi, and I am a resident of Kelseyville in Lake County. I'm also on the board of directors for the Senior Center in Clear Lake, and since Mark is a Rotarian, they work closely with the Senior Center, so we appreciate them. I'm the kind of person who's very shy, and I don't like public speaking. However, I felt compelled to come here today and speak on behalf of Mark and Tammy Lips. And so if you'll bear with me, I have dyslexia, so I have to read it a little bit slower, what I've written. Regarding the use of their permit for a farm. I met Mark and Tammy 2 years ago, after my then fiance and daughter moved here from Los Angeles. Mark and Tammy were also new, and I started receiving Mark's newsletters about the local happenings, which helped me to learn that they were actually a catering business. This was most opportune for me since I had a wedding coming up in only a few months, and I still hadn't gotten all my vendors squared away. Brides are supposed to be very on top of things like that, but I just could not be that organized because we were a new family, having just moved into our home, which needed tons of renovations because my husband is a wheelchair-bound person, and houses aren't typically made for people like that. And with all the caregiving that I do for my husband and my daughter who's on the autism spectrum, I had very little time and energy to plan a wedding. So after learning that they had a catering business, I thought, yes, this is perfect. I'll just call them. So I emailed Tammy about her catering services, and in one of our back and forth emails, I had revealed to her crying that I was so stressed out and overwhelmed and feeling hopeless. And you know what? She didn't even hesitate to offer taking over coordinating what needed to be done that day with a full staff and the equipment rentals from Lake Event Designs, another vendor, a completely different vendor than her. So my wedding went off without a hitch. You'll be happy to know that in 2020 when everything was locked down. I trusted the right people. The owners of Ripe Choice Farm are the right people, and they're good people. They gave me and my husband a lovely wedding reception and were kind and patient and helped us have a sense of dignity, given all my husband's health challenges, which are so important and immeasurable that I can't even really state it. Since then, I've watched them pour into this community heart and soul with incredible hard work and integrity and love in a spirit of service that is more than exceptional. It's admirable and it's rare. Mark and Tammy of Ripe Choice Farm are some of the kindest people I have ever met, and their loving impact here has been felt and noticed by so many people in Lake County. They deserve the love, praise, community fellowship, and support that they so unreservedly give to people in Lake County. And if they need a use permit, then the county should grant it immediately. Mark, you have no idea what you guys have done for my family, just starting off as we're new. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us. Hey, Jake, anyone in the Zoom room?
Yes, we do have some hands raised here in the Zoom room. The first hand I have raised is from Monica. Monica, I've given you permission to speak. It looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes. My first name is Monica, last name Rosenthal.
Thank you.
So I am a wine grape grower, and I have been in the area for quite a number of years. So full disclosure, I'd like to also say that I also have been a Farm Bureau member, served on the board for 5 years. So I support all that Mark and Tammy Lips are doing, and I welcome them to the area. I also support what the Farm Bureau has done and continues to do in this county to preserve and protect agriculture. And, basically that purpose is so that folks like the Lips can come to this county, and all of the visitors that come to their location and other locations, that they can come here and enjoy what is Lake County. And agriculture is a big backbone of Lake County. So I agree with Mr. Gallardo from the Farm Bureau talking about defining, he called it communication, I call it defining what actually can happen on this parcel, what the applicant can do, and what the neighbors can expect and what the entire community can expect. So Laura Samuels, she spoke so eloquently at saying that, yes, this project does need parameters. So I also want to say, and this may not be popular with a lot of folks that have submitted letters, many of those folks that I know and adore in this community have submitted the letters in support of what the Lips are doing, but this is not a popularity contest. This is not a contest about who has done more or less in the community. So, and again, I welcome the Lips. I think that they've done a fabulous job reaching out to the community, getting involved. But I would also like to say that I've known Mark Birch for a number of years. He too has contributed to this community, not so much or maybe not as evident here more recently, but in past years, as he's a longtime community member, as is Robert Gallardo, who, as you heard earlier, kind of started with Farm Bureau at age 11. So the other point I want to make is that this is a land use decision. As Eric Porter had stated, that ag events typically happen. Right now, our zoning ordinance is written more to allow ag events that are related to vineyards and grape growing. As we proceed with allowing events on ag, we do need to think about the future implications, especially as we are redoing the cannabis ordinance. I also want to point out that the permit goes with the property, not with the person. So that permit, whatever permit is issued, stays with the property. And while we adore the lips, the next owner, should they sell, we may not adore as much. So again, those parameters are very important. So again, this decision may have future implications that need to be considered. And I do hope that we can resolve this so that both Marks in the area can enjoy all of the benefits of Lake County.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the next hand we have raised is from Bobby. Bobby, I've given you permission to speak. All right, looks like you.
Bobby Dutcher, Lakeport. Yeah, I've met with Mark a couple times when this use permit, when this hearing was coming up. And I know, he wasn't very happy about some of the opposition he had, but I've never heard him make any derogatory remarks about any of the neighbors. So I'm not sure where the previous speakers heard that, but Mark's always been very respectful in meetings that I've had with him. So on use permit, I don't know how many of these things I've sat through. Almost every use permit have conditions of approval. And I don't know why this one can't be the same thing. There definitely needs to be some guidelines for this, for this activity, but every use permit has those. So in the conditions of approval, you could have the number of people that could attend, the hours of operation, the number of events, all those can be put in the conditions of approval. So I'd hate to see to put this off for a few more weeks, do this all over again, when this could be approved today, subject to conditions of approval. So I would hope that you would approve the permit today using that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
All right, and now I have no more hands raised in the Zoom room.
Thank you. I'm going to take a final long glance around the chambers to see if anybody wishes to speak, please. I do have one more, Jake. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Tony Scully, and I just want to quickly say that I do love walnuts, and they mix great with pears. And I just wanted to explain to the audience the issue is that walnuts are an allergen, and we have a huge Gerber contract, and they consider allergens to be poisonous, and which of course they can be. But you can't have a walnut in a bin of pears that goes into the cannery. Yeah, and we have the same thing on our properties. You must be close to a loading area, and we fight it all the time. We have people, we have special, we spend a lot of money in the packing house too. If you see a pear, if you see a walnut in a bin, stop the line. It's that important. One year we had to bring 17 loads of pears back from Yuba City to Gerber Storage to rerun over our line, 17 truckloads to Yuba City and back, and we found about 4 walnuts. But you know what? That was about 15 years ago, and we learned our lesson. So we've been hounding all the innocent neighbors, and it's all over our own orchards, all over the roads. Anyway, that's enough of that. I hope we're friends. I echo everything that's been said about the lips, and I'm also a longtime friend of Mark Birch, and I didn't know who the neighbor was. But I just see this as a failure to communicate. Unfortunately, I think if Mark's complaints had been answered when they were first put in, a lot of angst would have been avoided. This is just something we have to deal with, to sit down as neighbors and put it together, because everybody wants the lips to succeed. And I have to just tell you a personal thing about what their operation means. We had a California Women for Agriculture convention here in January. And being able to get a nice venue like the Lips have in the heartland of the farm area, in a show place that shows what ag can be. And it wasn't a huge event. We had maybe only 40 people because it was in conjunction with just an event in our convention, but it was instrumental to our being able to bring this event to Lake County. And I know the county is invested in, what do they call it? The Lake County Ambassadors Group?
The tourism ambassadors.
That's it. And, you know, the lips personify that on steroids. And I have to also echo that I hope you can make a decision and get people together soon, because everybody wants him to succeed. Even Mark does. He's a nice guy. He doesn't want to ruin him. He just wants to live a happy life back there. You have to admire that too. So I hope you'll make a decision, make it soon, get people together, and bring the neighbors together, which is, you know, your job. Because we have a beautiful county and we have to find a way to all live in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item before we bring it back to the commission for some discussion? Jake, any hands in the Zoom room?
Yes, I do have one hand in the Zoom room.
Okay.
All right, Jennifer, I've given you permission to speak. It looks like you're unmuted.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Smith. I just wanted to check in and offer some thoughts. As the annual crop report shows, ag revenue is decreasing in Lake County. And I think it's Lake County's mission and goal to be known as an agricultural county. We are an ag county, but we're not going to be able to sustain the prosperity that we do have if we don't find ways to pivot. And agritourism is a tool that many other counties are using to increase awareness of agriculture and bring people to farms at a time when agriculture is really, and Western lifestyle, are under attack. And I think projects like this are exactly what Lake County needs. And I think that we can find the middle ground to make this work and make it a model for other projects and farms in Lake County. And I hope that you'll consider what this means and how we can take this model further. And I hope that you'll approve this project. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, we are going to officially close public comment and bring it back to the commission for some discussion and a little bit of feedback from all of the participation that we've had today. And I do appreciate everyone's, input.
Ms. Chair, I just wanted to address the adjacent property owner stated that they contacted CDD and code enforcement was non-responsive. The calls we were getting were over the weekend, and we had no code enforcement staff over the weekend. In regards to the letter that was written, when we received it, we did send out code enforcement. It was on a Friday, but prior to that, that's when code enforcement went out on the Friday. But prior to that, I was advised that the permit had been applied for in moving forward.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
First, full disclosure, I own property approximately 1,500 feet from this property. I do not feel I have a conflict of interest. I just had some comments and questions. First of all, the health department issues got resolved, right? Septic is...
As far as the portable toilets and
adequate.
All of that?
Okay. Eric, you referred to this as an existing winery.
I misspoke.
Okay.
It's got a vineyard on it. It's not a winery.
Okay, thank you. I understand you have an organic vineyard on the property. Are all the crops organic, and are they certified, and who's the certifier?
If you could, when you respond, if you could speak into the microphone, just so we can all hear you. Thank you.
The vineyard is certified organic CCF,
OF.
One of the four letters, two companies.
Okay.
But the whole farm, and we've had Janice out from the ag department to make sure that we're keeping proper records, and which we do, that everything's organic. We do, the row crops, the orchard, all of that are organic.
Okay, and just
David
say-
Weiss takes care of manages our Merlot vineyard, and he also makes sure that everything's done
Organic.
properly with the organic.
Yeah, I know him to be a competent organic farmer.
Yeah.
Thank you. But stay there, I have a couple other
Yes.
questions. Do you have any pear trees on the property?
We have our orchard are primarily apples, but we do have a few pear trees, peach, plum, and persimmon.
And is David Weiss managing those as well?
No, we manage those.
Okay, I just want to bring that to your attention because some of the concerns I'm hearing in the ag community are, pears are a big thing in Lake County, and if you just have one or two trees that can host pests, then it'd be.
They're mostly apple trees. We have 1, 2, 3, probably 3 to 4 pear trees.
Okay. I took a lot of notes, so.
That's okay.
Forgive
I mean,
me.
sure.
My feeling is, this is one of those projects that's really difficult. I've known Mark Birch for 30 years. He's one of the best winemakers in the world. But he's got some valid points. And, a lot of times when these projects come up, I just want to say, play nicely. So I think, I'm hoping you've heard him. So to me, this is not clearly an agricultural use, but I think many of the people who have spoken here today have illustrated how it provides education about agriculture. And so I think that justifies its use in an ag zone. At first I really had some questions about it, but they've really been answered today. So I thank everybody for coming up and speaking about it. So to the conditions of approval, people have expressed concern about the special events. There are conditions of approval that limit to 18 special events per year, up to 100 people. And I also noted that no outdoor amplification is permitted. Is that correct? Am I reading this right, Eric? Item number 1, general conditions. Because if he's complaining about a mariachi band, that you can hear, that would be a violation, I would guess. There's also some decibel limitations.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel that, I'm always trying to get people legal. And it sounds like issuing a permit is probably a really good idea because then we have something to take away.
100% agree. And I
Yeah.
can explain the mariachi if you want that. It may just take more time or.
I don't think it's relevant at this
Okay.
time. I just want to point out that whether you like the music or not is irrelevant.
No.
And it's like,
It was there,
as one of-
my ears were bleeding.
I know. I personally love it myself, but
Well, no,
it's irrelevant.
it was the volume.
Yeah.
It wasn't the music, it was the volume. And also they let us believe it was a DJ and it turned out to be I'd never had it. We did this quinceanera for a little girl whose family, 6 of them live in a trailer. And she couldn't afford a quinceanera. And I said, well, if you guys have one on our property. I didn't really know what was involved. And so, and it was pretty cool because they come in and they do everything. The food, they build, the families come in, it's great. Well, they brought in, it wasn't a DJ, they brought in this 10-piece with horns and all that, and I closed them off at 10 o'clock. It took them a couple hours because they also break down everything, so that was definitely a good deed that got punished for. So, anyway, sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
So my other concern, somebody brought up generators. Those might not exceed the decibel limit, but they're really annoying.
Yeah.
Is there any condition of approval we can put that limits generators to emergency situations, like if the power's out or something?
That's an interesting thing because we have maybe one harvest host a year now. When 2020 was going on, that was part of a revenue stream we needed because they would buy food from us and all of that. We weren't making any money anywhere else. Occasionally there would be a generator, but most of those places are pretty self-contained and it's us, and there's Six Sigma, Chase Water, us, and Smiling Dogs are members of Harvest Host, and we support each other and send to each other. And in fact, Kai Allman brought over a wine barrel with the Six Sigma logo on it. I thought we owed him money or something because he was coming, and he made a trip all the way to the farm to deliver that wine barrel, and as a thank you for sending so many people to his place, Harvest Host people especially. But
Can we maybe put an addition to item number 1 that says no
Generators? Right,
except for an emergency or something?
There's already a condition D4 that limits decibel levels, and we have a noise ordinance in place. Whether it's from a generator or from amplified music or whatever it's from, they have to maintain a certain volume level at the property line.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about like a generator that's running all the time. That can be really annoying if you live next door. And it seems like it just would be a bad setup.
I mean, I can tell them to, we're going to phase out the Harvest Hosts now that we're, hopefully with this permit,
So these are not food trucks, these are RVs or something?
These are RV, you allow an RV one night on your property, no charge, no hookups, and the understanding, it's not mandatory, but the understanding is that they will, if you're a winery, buy a bottle of wine or do a wine tasting but it beats going to a KOA campground. It's something unique. It's interesting. We've had people come back from Seattle and then travel around because they've heard about our food now, because it's also, they also talk to each other. And so they've bragged about Lake County and some of the experiences they've had here. And so they've come back, which is great. And,
well, I think,
and we only take one. I don't know, the two, our rule is only one RV on the property.
so would you be willing to
Absolutely.
prohibit?
Yeah.
That would be,
Absolutely. That's a minor, thank you, request. That'd be great.
If I could jump in, my recommendation then would be to add condition number D8 under.
D8, can you speak into the mic a little bit more?
Sure,
Thank you,
yeah.
Eric.
It's under air quality and noise.
yeah.
Subsection D. And D8 could read, generators shall be allowed only during emergencies and/or power outages.
Great, because we have 2 generators for power outages.
Excuse me, Commissioner Field and staff. I would just like to add with the generators that it would have to be a declared emergency.
Okay. Sounds like we've got that on the record, thank you.
So the power outages technically would not be an emergency, is my understanding, unless it's tied to an actual emergency that's declared by the elected officials.
Can we just say or power outage, aerial power outage?
You can add whatever you want, yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, because that generator is loud. Whew.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
So we had a little conflict earlier that Nicole brought up. 18, or is it 1 to
Commissioners,
2 per month?
my apologies. I wasn't quick enough, but on generators, there is language you could borrow from the ordinance itself in other locations where generators are often prohibited. It reads as that, the permit holder shall not rely on a personal gasoline, diesel, propane, or similar fuels powered generator as a primary source of power, and shall only allow properly permitted when applicable generators for temporary use in the event of a power outage or emergency that is beyond the permittee's control.
And that's language in where?
That's language that's applied for cannabis grows.
And so is this in the language that we're applying to?
No, I'm not recommending that you apply that code section. I'm suggesting that it's language that has been adopted previously for the ordinance, so it might be applicable here. You could say the generators for temporary use in the event of a power outage or emergency that is beyond the permittee's control. So generators are prohibited.
That sounds like our D8. Does that sound good? Okay, great.
Yes.
Mark, Mark Birch, you mentioned that you were not noticed. Is that correct? Or, I mean, you obviously knew.
Correct. And for the record, I'd like to state that Ms. Darby says that these calls came in on the weekend. These complaints all have actually complaint numbers because we use the standard online complaint forms and were generated SR 21 or 22, whichever complaint. So those are all on record, not by phone call.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that the complaints that I received since I've been here were, they came through me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to move forward with this, and everybody's going to be happier if we communicate with each other, as several of you have said. And is there some way we can notify the neighbors when we're having an event?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think Bobby would like to say something.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's keep in mind, this is not technically public comment because it's been closed. This is discussion for the commissioners to.
Commissioners,
I brought up an issue that Bobby had brought up, so I'd like to hear what he has to say.
And I'm not sure what that is.
One moment, please.
About communication.
Counsel?
If you're going to be allowing public comment, further public comment, then you would
have to open it up.
Public comment for everyone to speak.
Okay, can I ask Bobby questions without doing that?
No.
You could.
I mean, I'm thinking we need to have a discussion here about this, and we need to include the members who are in conflict.
Correct, but if you're going to be inviting further public comment, then it would be best to have all the public, give all the public the option to comment.
You know, I just really believe the public needs to be involved in this, so I would hope that we could open public.
We'll officially open public comment. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead and state your first and last name.
Robert Galdo, a farmer again and a Lake County Farm Bureau president. Before you ask me a couple questions, can we get some parameters, kind of a point of order as far as how many large events versus how many smaller events? When we're talking about like the CW event was 40 people, that's not a big pressure event, and that's the kind of event we probably need more of. It's the 100 people, 100 plus people, that causes the pressure in the community.
Okay.
So if we could have some guidelines on how many smaller ones, okay.
In the conditions of approval, condition A1, the use hereby permitted allows an existing residence and barn for use as a special event center having up to 18 special events per calendar year with amplified sound indoors only, no outdoor amplification. And then item A2 is this permit authorizes up to 100 people on site at any one time for any event.
And that 100 is for 18 events? 18 people?
Up to 18 events.
So, I mean, I would love to see that, that's the high impact events, reduced to 10 on 18 or above, and have more of the smaller events would seem to work out well for the applicant.
Sounds like maybe.
We're really trying to come up with something so we can avoid an appeal on this.
Yeah, I'm not a professional arbitrator. I'm not the person to make that decision.
And maybe, again, that's the only reason I wanted to have more conversation, maybe with the applicant, which we haven't had a chance to do. I'm busy like you are. I'm a farmer, and so I haven't had a chance to get my board together, Farm Bureau members together. This is a rushed thing, so I would love to come up with something that works for everybody. The way it's heading, we're not. We're going to have to appeal, and we're going to have to go on to the next step. That's unfortunate. There's got to be a better way to do this. So can we please figure some way to either limit the amount or have some more conversation?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since public comment is still open, anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Hi, my name's still Rebecca Harper, and I'm still the Executive Director of the Lake County Farm Bureau. So I just wanted to kind of dovetail on what Bobby's saying. I think that there's not an understanding of what he's trying to convey is that really interested parties are not interested in regulating those smaller events. We do not want to place
strenuous limitation on those. We think that they're extremely beneficial for the local economy and for other farmers in the area. So we'd really like maybe if there's an option to add a clause that distinguishes two types of events, and that this would be applicable to those larger scale events. I think that that would avoid a huge amount of conflict that's occurring right now. And then I also just wanted to open myself up to any questions that you may have that, you know, haven't been answered that maybe I could be of assistance with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will, I do agree that some discretion versus, you know, a larger event versus whatever else they can do with their land use.
Nicole, do you have any comment on this? I mean, I don't know if we can further dice up the restrictions that we're putting. I mean, can we?
You do, your commission does have authority to apply conditions that, I mean, you would already be applying a condition on the number and size of events in the particular location. It is your task to evaluate the evidence in front of you, to make mandatory findings for the approval of a permit. If there is a change that your commission thinks is necessary in order to meet or make the findings that you're required to make, then you can make that change. So if you wanted to restrict or divide, for example, and you're not bound by the 18 events per year or the 2 per month for 8 months. If your commission in deliberation comes up with a different parameter that you think is more applicable in order to allow you to make the findings that you are required to make, then you can adopt those parameters.
Okay, thank you. I would propose that we do a compromise. I think that if we can settle on maybe 14, up to 14.
Commissioner, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
If you identify what a medium event is, and I would suggest up to 50 people versus a large event being 50 to 100 people, and put a cap on each type.
That sounds like a great idea. Mr. Lips, do you have any comment about that?
And Director Darby, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner.
No,
Director Darby indicated that we need to be notified prior to events, especially the big ones.
Okay. Is that in the COAs?
No.
There's a recommendation.
A recommendation?
Yeah, so it would need to go in if the commission wants Mr. Lips to notify code enforcement in particular prior to an event.
Would that be agreeable to you, Mr. Lips? Sure. Great.
Okay, and then bringing it back to the amount of numbers that you wanted to modify, Commissioner Fields.
Yeah, how would you feel about that, Mr. Lips, if we reduced it to up to 14 major events? Or, and maybe...
Could you identify what major means?
Up to 100 people.
So would that be between 50 and 100 people, and then you would have this subcategory of small to medium-sized events?
Yes,
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, maybe 4, you could also have maybe 4 minor events that are fewer than 50 people.
Right.
Would that
So,
work?
like the Farm Bureau is not necessarily suggesting any extreme regulation of smaller or medium-sized events. This
Just the larger one.
strictly concerning large events.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Since we are in discussion, I don't agree with the cap on what the applicant can do with their land on certain large-scale events, frequency of events. It's just, we need to discuss it more. Commissioner Chavez?
Yeah, a question for Mark.
Which one?
The applicant. So what would you classify a large event? And well, that's kind of like the first question that I started with, and then it came down to in a calendar year, the 8 months that you will be operating events. How many, would you have more smaller events than larger events, or is it just kind of like you don't know, you could have a variety of both, an equal amount of both? So that's why I don't agree with having a limit on certain events, because a certain season might come up where you might have more smaller events, or if you have some that are already in the calendar that are annual events, then you would fill those up as already like reserved for the year, et cetera. So I don't agree with limiting anything with event-wise. So that's just how I feel.
I appreciate that. We limit ourselves.
Yeah.
As ignorance is bliss, and so we're event light. We do a lot of 25, 30-person, and I wouldn't call those events, I'd call them meetings. We let the CTA come in and meet. We don't charge them for it. We let, they'll hold a training there. So, CWA or Hospice or Hope Rising or any of these, Rotary, Chamber of Commerce, all of those guys who want to come in, even Kelseyville Business Association has used it. And those events, by the way, here's another way to put a fence around your events. Events are usually 4 to 5 hours. A meeting is 2 hours, tops. That's with a president, an agenda, and there's no amplified music. There might be a projection screen in the barn and they show a PowerPoint, but it is, that's 2 hours. And those are usually if it's a KBA, it's 5:30, 7:30, and then they're out. If it's during lunchtime, they get under our big tree. We bring the tables out there. That might be 12 to 2. We don't particularly want anything over 100 people. We don't want. The couple of times that's happened, it was, you can't put an RSVP on a celebration of life. And there hasn't been before, and there won't be since the party that the little girl had with her quinceanera. We also have a form design now that all clients fill out that specifically says, we need a guest list. We need, I also, no more than parking here on the property, not on the street, all of those things. And by the way, I just put up a sign too that says no parking on the street or bad things happen. And then, gosh, what was the question?
So pretty much, limiting your small events. I don't want to put a cap on limiting small events.
For 100 people, 50 to 100 people, I have my annual fundraiser, which I cap at 100. And there's always some no-shows, but never over 100. We had a wedding for 100. You could do, if you want to do 14 of the 100, but where I would appreciate not having a cap is I still want the CTA and I still want to do wine tasting dinners in the barn, which is usually like 30 people. Tammy's done some cooking classes in the barn, which is usually 20 people, things like that.
All of those would be considered events, so that's why I don't agree with having a cap on small events.
So I don't-
Because you don't need to have law enforcement checking the roads and et cetera.
Right.
Like, it'll be contained within the property. You won't have music, for example, like you said, a catering or cooking event. Any stuff like that, I don't want to overstep on boundaries and make you guys.
No, all the stuff that I read in your staff report, 100 people.
Right.
It was a 50 or 70 cars, 18 events.
So as you can see, my colleagues are not going to approve limiting events, so.
Yeah.
That's
I wish
off the
there
table.
was a way you could put 50 to 100, because, I love it when people come on the farm and have their meetings there. And also, I just like having people there and seeing what we're doing, because it's bragging rights. It's, we like to show off a little bit, and especially those that it really resonates with, like CTA and CWA and groups like that.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Am I on?
Hi.
Okay. So in the past, we've used some conditions for another project that I wanted to share with you what the conditions of approvals were. We had a condition that stated, with the exception of wedding ceremonies, prior to conducting any outdoor events, an updated site plan with a designated outdoor area shall be submitted to the Community Development Department for review and approval. And we also had another one that stated about signage and barriers. So access barriers or signage shall be installed along the property boundaries to discourage unauthorized access to adjoining properties, and that the permit holder shall provide written notification of any special events with 60 or more guests attending to adjoining owners within 325 feet of the property boundaries, and a minimum of 7 calendar days before the event. If a 7-day notice period is not feasible, the permit holder shall notify adjoining owners in person or by telephone.
I like that verbiage.
I do too. The only thing I would not include is the signage. I'm not a big fan of signage, but if it could be temporary signage for events only.
I do believe, yeah, I believe that's how it came across, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
It doesn't have the word temporary in here, but that could be a condition if you choose so.
Let's go ahead and make those 2 conditions as well. Can we do that?
Add those to the conditions of
I
approval.
wasn't able to write it down.
But we've got it on video.
We could just say as amended here today.
So we now have 3 additional conditions, correct? So I'm ready to make a motion if.
We still have public comment open. And just want to make sure that no one else wants to speak. I know you're itching. Anyone in the Zoom room, Jake?
No, we have no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Thank you.
I would like to clarify something from condition of approval A1. It does state 18 special events per calendar year. So special events would be potentially up to 100 people. It doesn't say anything about smaller events, so that wouldn't count as part of the 18. In case you wanted to have a meeting, an event on Tuesday or Wednesday for an entire week, you could. But that would be considered a smaller event, like meetings, you said. That's the way that I would interpret it.
I think you might want to clarify that in a condition,
Okay.
just so there's no confusion about that.
Okay, so to clarify into condition A1, special events, up to 18 special events, which would include the maximum capacity of people, which is stated in condition A2. Therefore, any smaller events with less than the, I could put a limit of 50 or 60 people. I would say 50.
Let's just do 50.
Sounds reasonable for a meeting. Those would not have,
Limited.
there would be no limit on the number of.
Yes, I do have public comment still open.
Okay, Robert Galdo again. We can't do this and have up to 50 people with no regulations. I mean, we have to have parameters on this for this to work. We're looking to make this work, all right, without more complaints, et cetera, et cetera. You could have 4 a week. He's probably not going to do that, but we have to have some kind of parameters up to 50. We have to have, so we're 0, so from 50 to 100, we're at 18 and unlimited below 50?
I agree. I think
For
it's an
ag
issue.
land, I can't go along with that.
Well, that was with, they don't want to have, obviously, events every single day for the 8 months that they will be operating.
How many are they going to have?
Okay, how about if we do it 20 to 100 people, 18 events a year? So anytime that you're over 20, that becomes a major event, no? How about 40?
Well, I'm going to pull the other direction because the difference between 20 and 30, I don't think it's a huge deal. So I'm not trying to limit those. We're really trying to limit the overall number, right? The overall number, the big events and the overall number. But I understand we can go from 30 to 100. That's not a big deal. So go from 20 to 100 to 30 to 100. I don't want to throw that between 20 and 30 in with the overall.
Let me ask you this. What is the limit of a size of an event that would bother you?
Well, I mean, both bother me. No, what I'm saying is overall numbers. If it's 50 events in a year or 60 events, that's a problem. So, let's still stay between 30 and 100. How many?
But a total of 18 events in a calendar year.
Right.
For a business to run.
Right.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page on that.
That works.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wishing to speak?
And Madam Chair, we do have a hand in the Zoom room.
Thank you. I'm going to handle this one first.
Also, on the smaller events, keep in mind, there's no amplified music or anything like that. So those are in the barn, they're totally captured. There's no amplified music, it's not a party typically on those. So maybe I like the 40 to 100 or 50 to 100, whatever. If you could somehow below that, the 0 to 50, no amplified music or something. If you wanted to put something like that in just to make people feel more comfortable. And also, notification to our neighbors, all of that. But anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, because the 18 events, we look at events as different than meetings or functions. Function or a meeting is CTA or some group having their meeting there. An event is a wedding, is a fundraiser, a ticketed event or something like that. And, amplified sound, those are events.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to define an event so that we can limit them. Because if you have one person over, that's probably not an event. If you have 20 people over, it's beginning to look like an event. So what I'm trying to do is suggest that we add some verbiage here to define an event so that we can limit it to make your neighbors happy.
Yeah.
So this, as it reads now, it says, this permit authorizes up to 100 people on any one site, on site at any one time for any event. So I'm going to suggest that we define a special event as 40 to 100 people. And you can only have those 18 times a year.
That's fine with us.
Does that work?
Yeah, and
anything?
we probably won't max that. We probably won't even hit that 18 times.
Sure.
But yes.
But at least you have it reserved, and then anything else that, you can do,
So
smaller groups anytime you want.
Fine with me.
Okay, let's go with that.
Okay, I still have public comment open. Jake, can we handle your public comment, please?
All right. Yes.
Thank you.
Monica, I've given you permission to speak.
Hi, thank you. Monica Rosenthal. I believe, and maybe Mary Darby or Eric Porter could help with this, but I believe that there is a definition in the zoning ordinance that defines events that you might want to take a look at. And I totally agree with this conversation, but we're getting a little bit into the weeds, between what Farm Bureau has said, what Rebecca has stated very clearly. And I totally agree with Mark Lips that, a small meeting with an agenda, is very different than an event. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Please.
The public speaker was correct. There is a definition for special event within the zoning ordinance. It does give examples for large gatherings like concerts, rodeos, things like that.
Does it give a lower end?
It doesn't give a number except for in relation to plays or festivals, and it defines those as 500 or more. But the paragraph does not read as if every special event must be 500 or more. It's actually under the definitions section of the ordinance. Article 68, under S, I think it's 15, just a minute, yes, 15 for special event. And then they also have there are also definitions for special events, a series of special event types that are winery or wine related, some with amplified sound, some wine production related, and some not wine production related. And there's different definition for each of those, which I don't think necessarily apply here.
Okay, I'm just hoping to add some language here to draw a lower line so that we can define what is a special event.
Right, and the issue here is if you're drawing a line and you're excluding anything under, say, for example, what you gave was under 50 people, then you have a situation in which the property owner would not be in violation of their permit if they did hold an event with 40 people and having outside loud music, for example. Barring, of course, the fact that the zoning ordinance still applies and Article 2741.11 for noise does still apply, but it wouldn't be applicable to this permit that you're issuing today. So if you wanted to make a separation and have the other conditions that apply through this permit to small events as well as the large events, you'll have to make those distinctions within the permit itself so that it permits both the small and the large gatherings.
May I approach?
Public comment, I believe, is closed.
Oh.
Yes. Were you just going to clarify something?
I was going to say that, one way to put is, for instance, a meeting at the most is 2 hours. An event is 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours. And also, our events never go past, with the exception, the one never go past, you could put a time, too, on it, 10 o'clock. Well, you do it with amplified sound, and then clean up usually by 11, stuff like that. But there may be a way to do the events.
Madam Chair.
Please.
So event under the paperwork that your commission has provided is defined based on the gathering of people, not necessarily the purpose of the individual gathering. So any gathering of people would be for a function on the property would be an event, as it's written. The language suggested earlier about barriers and signage. I'll reread that so that you know what I'm talking about here. Access barrier. You're going to put in temporary access barriers or signage shall be installed along the property boundaries to discourage unauthorized access to adjoining properties. The permit holder shall also provide written notification of any special events with 60 or more guests attending to adjoining owners within 325 feet of the property boundaries, a minimum of 7 calendar days before the event. If a 7-day notice period is not feasible, the permit holder shall notify adjoining owners in person or by phone. That is intended to make a distinction between events that are smaller number of people and may not have, for example, music attached to them or outside activity, so that no neighbors would not necessarily need to be noticed at that point, and then it could just proceed under the parameters in the permit as far as all the other restrictions and permissions. Anything 60 or over number of people, there would be extra criteria, extra steps taken, barriers if necessary to prevent intrusion on neighbors' properties, signage to make sure it's clear where the actual event is located and so people don't enter or park on other neighbors' properties, and notice to the neighbors so that they would have advance notice at least 7 days prior, in person or in writing, or by phone, of an event with 60 or over people up to 100, which is the maximum that's currently proposed, and that any of the events 0 to 100 people would be capped at 18 per year. But if they were 60 to 100 people, notice would be required, extra steps of signage or barriers if necessary would be required for those events.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Eduardo? Or Commissioner Chavez? No.
I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the plan.
Let's.
We first clarify again so that everybody can.
Is on the same page, yeah.
Yeah.
Whew, you're ready to jump in.
Would you like me to clarify in the motion what I'm doing here?
Does that help you?
Well, it's going to differ from what's written in front of you. I'm going to correct the address, and I'm going to add condition of approval D8, which Eric can read if you want to, but I'm not going to change anything else.
My understanding is that your commission was considering changing not just D8, but adding the other two conditions, the one with access barriers and signage and the notice for 60 to 100 people, as well as a condition that reads with the exception of wedding ceremonies prior to conducting any outdoor events, an updated site plan with a designated outdoor area. Well, perhaps it should read, with the exception of wedding ceremonies prior to conducting any outdoor events, A site plan with a designated outdoor area shall be submitted to the Community Development Department for review and approval.
How do you feel about that?
I'm in agreement with that,
So how should I state this, as amended?
as amended here today.
Okay.
But before we go forward with an actual formal motion, I want to make sure that any questions that Commissioner Chavez or anyone else has have been addressed.
I think all my questions have been addressed.
Yeah. I will just say that I do appreciate everyone's input, the good, the bad, the dialogue that we've had here today. And just to be neighborly, I feel like that is like the one thing that we want to do, is to make sure one person can run their business while the other person can actually enjoy their quality of life, regardless of the surrounding areas. So I'm hoping that today, given the opportunity to let something go through, that we could, in the future, that you guys could actually have a sit down together.
Madam Chair, did you want to elaborate on what the notification boundary area actually is?
As far as when the events are going to be held?
Yeah, the bigger events.
I do believe it was it noted on what you mentioned, Director?
Yes, Madam Chair, the actual paragraph has a 325-foot boundary. Neighbors
Okay.
within 325 feet of the event area.
Excellent, thank you. Eric, do you feel like that's sufficient?
No,
No?
no, I think it needs to be 725. They're bigger lots.
They are bigger parcels out there.
Okay, let's go ahead and change that. I'm not sure exactly how many feet away the vineyard managed by Mr. Gallardo nor Mark Birch's residence is, but I think they're key. Would that include, am I allowed to ask him that?
I would, let's go ahead and make the change, the correction from 325 feet to 750 feet. I do believe that the applicant will, even if it's, 153 feet, I'm sure he'll send a notice to let everybody know. The more information, the better. Keep that, that communication going with the neighbors. So we'll go ahead and make that change to 750 feet of notification. Other than that, the three amendments that we made here today, I believe, cover all the
Could you repeat
bases.
those? I want to make sure I've got them. I've got the prohibition on generators.
Okay, and then you also have D8, D as in David.
Eric?
Yes, I've already read it.
Okay, and then Nicole will help.
And then
I have-
Nicole's two COAs.
Correct, and Eric, I have forwarded you the language that I read today.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent.
Great.
I'm ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the categorical exemption CE 22-22 applied for by Mark and Tammy Lips on a property located at 2550 Soda Bay Road, Lakeport, and further described as APN 008-010-46 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
And as amended here today. I'm not on that one.
I second.
Motion's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 22-13 applied for by Mark and Tammy Lips on property located at 2550 Soda Bay Road, Lakeport, and further described as APN 008-010-46 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and the major use permit be granted as amended here today, subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
I second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar day appeal period. If there is any disagreement with the Planning Commission's decision, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day Planning Commission's final determination. Before we bring up item number 4, we will be taking a 5-minute break. If I could get everybody to take a seat, we will keep plugging along. Kim, can you shut the door, please? Thank you. I know.
Kind of like Jake.
Thank you for everyone's patience thus far. We are on our fourth agenda item. This is a public hearing on consideration of major use permit 19-19 and adoption of an initial study IS 20-15 to satisfy the California Environmental Quality Act requirements related to potential environmental impacts. The applicant, Mombacho Mountain Organics LLC, Dan Westfall and Kathy McGuire, to allow a major use permit for a Type 3 outdoor license and a Type 13 distributor, transport only, and self-transport distribution license. The project is located at 9205 Mombacho Road, Kelseyville, California, and 9261 Wildcat Road, Kelseyville, California, further described as APNs 011-044-17 and 011-044-18. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Byron Turner. I'm going to be presenting this use permit 1919 for the Mombacho Mountain Organics project. As you stated, it's located at 9205 Mombacho Road and 9261 Wildcat Road in the Kelseyville area south of Highway 29. The permit request, again, is for one Type 3 outdoor cultivation license and one Type 13 self-distribution. It is on a 20-acre, two parcels, 20 acres in size. This request will consist of 43,200 square feet of canopy on 48,004 square feet of cultivation area. The zoning of the site is rural residential B5. The B5, it's rural residential, but the B5 dictates parcel size for residential development. It is general plan rural residential as well within the Kelseyville planning area, and it is surrounded by other rural residential as well. It is in Supervisory District 5. Here's the vicinity map. You can see where the project site is off of Highway 75 south of the Kelseyville Riviera. So again, we described the types of license requests. There also, as part of that request, will include a 24 by 96 steel frame greenhouse, one processing building, 2,500 square feet, a 20 by 20, 400 square foot pesticide and ag chemical storage area, two 5,000 gallon water tanks for water storage, and four 2,500 gallon heavy duty plastic water storage tanks, as well as one 5,000 gallon metal emergency fire storage tank on a concrete slab with the appropriate fittings to hook up to emergency services, and then an ADA accessible parking space, 3 employee parking spaces, as well as a composting area and refuse and trash area. Again, the site is accessed from Mombacho Road at Wildcat Road. As I mentioned before, it's clustered to equal 20 acres in size. The water comes from an on-site private well. This project is located in the Big Valley watershed, where there are 32 other approved projects. One project was denied and 35 pending projects. In that watershed area, and these are rough estimates, 81.3 acres of canopy that use a roughly 142 acre feet per year. With the addition of this project, if approved, it would add another, almost acre of canopy and add 1.64 acre feet per year of water use. The regulations reviewed for compliance include the Lake County General Plan, Lake Kelseyville Area Plan, the Zoning Ordinance, as well as state regulations. As you've mentioned, as has been mentioned before in other cannabis projects, it's within the general plan. There really isn't any specific policies addressing commercial cannabis cultivation in your current general plan, but it also doesn't conflict with any policies that are in the general plan as well. Same thing with the Kelseyville Area Plan. There are some general policies regarding economic development and agriculture, but nothing really specific to cannabis in the Kelseyville Area Plan. We did also analyze the Lake County Zoning Ordinance and found it consistent. This project underwent a mitigated negative declaration. All identified impacts from that document can be mitigated and reduced to a less significant impact. The comment period was from February 28th to April 4th, 2002. Mitigations are outlined in attachment 4, which is the proposed conditions of approval. And if you wish to refer to the initial study, it is attachment 5 to your staff report. This CEQA initial study found specifically that mitigations were required for aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, hazards and hazardous material, noise, and transportation. And all those mitigation measures are found in your staff report, as well as implemented as conditions of approval. So the recommendation of staff is to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, initial study 19-19, and the approve the use permit 1919 with the findings and conditions of approval found in the staff report. I'm available for any questions. The applicant is here, as well as the applicant's agent as well, for any other technical questions.
Thank you. Excellent. Commissioners, any questions for staff or for the applicant before we open it up for public comment? No? We'll go ahead and open public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item is welcome to approach the podium. Please be sure to state your first and last name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss. I live at 9291 Wildcat Road. And I am objecting to this on the basis of the hydrology report and the water quality report. I had something sent to you, and on page 8 of the hydrology report, I had added a well. That is my well that I added. And the hydrology report says, given that there is no evidence of a neighboring well within the calculated zoning of pumping influence, that's the circle, it does not appear that pumping for the proposed cultivation operation will result in any well interference. Well, I am here, and I believe it would interfere with my water. I have a tax return that verifies my parcel number and my address.
Can you please tell me what it is so I can see where on my little map you are?
I sent it to you. It's right here. I sent you my marked up copy. Right underneath the well that they say they have is a circle. It was sent to you earlier this week.
Yeah, we received these as green sheets.
You can look at it.
Yeah, it's right here. I'm looking through it. I see it now. Thank you.
And for the commission, the hydrology report is attachment 7 to your staff report.
You have a whole hydrology report of your own, but I sent you a marked up one.
Right, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, well, what I did is I called the Department of Water Resources. First, I called the Environmental Health Department, and they say that it's not their job to keep the well registers. It's the responsibility of the Department of Water Resources. And I would like to pass this out to all of you now. This is one of the versions that was sent to me by computer yesterday. And I have the woman at the Department of Water Resources. I do have some of the emails that we sent back and forth. And what's amazing is that this is the same well report that's in your folder, but it has my address on it. It has 9291 Wildcat Road on the well register. That's the last version they sent me. And the first version they sent me, I want to pass this around to all of you. It's the same well report, but it has and the first version I sent you has the name blacked out, and this version has, I'm sorry. The version that I just gave you doesn't have any owner listed at all at the top.
Right, it's whited out.
There's a discrepancy. They're saying that I own the well that they're going to use for irrigation on their property. That's a discrepancy at the Department of Water Resources level, as far as I know. There's one that has the name blacked off, and then there's another version, and it's the version in your hydrology report that doesn't say the address at all. 9291 Wildcat Road. And that's why I have my tax return, because that is my address. So at the state level, one Department of Water Resource Department said that this well they're going to use to water their plantation is my address. And then I wrote my own version of where my well is, and I know that my well is not 99 deep. Mine is about 40 deep. I couldn't find a record of my well drilling, but my well is there. And this hydrology report writer said that there was no well in that area. And if he had visited my residence, he would have seen the well. The hydrologist also stated about all the rivers and streams. I want to say that Coal Creek has been empty for years. There was one day when the water ran in Coal Creek. And the intermittent little stream that goes down has been dry for at least 5 or 10 years. My main concern is water. And there's a discrepancy in what the hydrologist says. So I'm asking that this project be canceled until the discrepancy can be answered at the state level or at the local level. Why they have two different versions of the well and whose address is located on it. I have a statement from a young man, Drew Davis, who worked for Lovey's for many years until he was recently laid off. He said that commercial cannabis, you have to have a special work permit, and the pH, every drop of water that goes into the plants has got to be recorded. Account for every drop of water they put in the plants. It has to be trucked in, or it has to be tested at the level of where it just comes out of the well. And they add pH to it, or some other kind of organic citric acid to change the pH. If it's too low, they have to raise the pH. If it's too high, they have to lower the pH. This is according to Drew Davis. You're listening really well. So I'm very happy that you're listening. I'm new at this. I'm a journalist, And I do like to investigate things. And here I am investigating my own. So I do have an email of the phone number and that I wrote to dialogue back and forth. I've been doing this all week long. I've been calling the Environmental Health Department, getting different phone numbers. And I want to say that the hydrologist says that all parcels near the well, near the development, are vacant. I am here. There are 22 families on Wildcat Road. There are families going up Monbacho Road. There's at least one couple I know. And many water problems have occurred. Before the Valley Fire, water at both ends of Wildcat Road, the wells were dry. And me and my neighbors were the only ones that still had water. My water in my well is not potable. I use bottled water to drink, but it didn't kill the horses. So I am registering this as and asking you to put the whole project on hold until you look at these discrepancies. I don't like my address being listed as the address of the well at the Department of Water Resources. And here's the address of April Sholin at the Department of Water Resources, where you can verify my investigation. And I believe I have a letter from the Environmental Health Department. I pestered them for 3 or 4 days, getting all the different phone numbers. Someone want to take this? The hydrologist says that the land surrounding this development is vacant. And I am here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I haven't read all of the reports. I just focused on hydrology because I only had 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Kathleen McGuire. My parents came here in 1943, and I've been here a long time as well. I came back to Lake County because I felt Lake County was my home. After I raised my family, I was able to move back here, and I love Lake County. I love to swim in the lake. I'm probably one of the few people who do. I'm probably one of the oldest people who have been in Lake County the longest. I graduated from Lower Lake High School, and I got a ride out of town with my worldly possessions in cardboard boxes. I bought the land that I'm on now at 9261 and 9505 Mombacho Road. I bought that land with hard-earned savings that I acquired with a house in the Bay Area, and I came up here, was able to buy next to my son and support whatever field he wants to be in. I want to develop the property, and I feel like the lady who just spoke was very good friends with my deceased sister. So if she has problems with her, well, that's not my problem. My whole thing is to help my sons grow this property. I've given it a lot of thought, and I feel like I've been here a long time, and I hope you understand that my love for Lake County, I came back to. I want to develop it. I want to be in the right, we want to do everything properly. And I think we have so far. We've gotten the approvals. We have over 20,000 gallons of water on the property. The wells in the neighborhood have all been drilled very, they were shallow. All of them, all the wells were shallow. And I've only owned the property close to 4 years. So Anyway, I thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Good morning. My name is Trey Sherrill.
Morning.
Consultant working with Mawacho Mountain Organics. I wanted to speak to and see if it would be possible to obtain a copy of the materials that previous speaker handed out.
Sure.
Unaware of some of these things. I just wanted to provide point of clarification. The hydrology report doesn't say that there are vacant parcels surrounding this property. It says that, and this is supported by one of the attachments to the agenda item. It's, I'm sorry, let me, attachment, public comment, Lake County Environmental Health Wildcat Road. So the way when Realm Engineering was trying to determine what wells were in the area, they use the public resources that are available via the Department of Water Resources, and then they followed that up with a request to Lake County Environmental Health, because we did see that there are residences in the area that didn't appear to have a well completion report for them. And we use those well completion reports to determine potential well interference. And so, yeah, direct you, like I said, from what we could tell from the publicly available resources, there was no well within the radius of influence, at least no known well or permitted well within that radius of influence. And then good to go on further. This is a cannabis farm that's been in operation for 2 years now under early activation, both licensed and permitted. And they've been using water from the well, and that well is definitely on their property, no doubt about that. And the water level in the well has hardly decreased over the last 2 years, even given the drought. And that's reflected in their monitoring reports as well. They pump about 3 gallons per minute out of the well when they're using it for up the hill to water storage tanks. So there's not a drastic, there's not a hard pumping. It's just kind of sipping off the top, going up to the top going up to the top of the hill where there are water tanks. Like I said, eventually there will be as much as 20,000 gallons worth of water tanks up there. And this was the stuff that was handed out. Great, thank you.
Just a clarification, you said that would be the normal production is 3 minutes, but have you had a well test done? I mean, I think
Yes, yeah, there's been 2 well tests done. There was a well test done, there was a well test done in 2019. And I'm sorry, I said 3 gallons a minute. It's 4.6 gallons per minute. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
But the capacity, I mean, in your documents, I think you said that, or 9.8?
So the restriction on the production of the pump is that the fact that it has to pump it up like 100 feet in elevation. So out of the well, then 100 feet in elevation to the cultivation site. And so that kind of restricts the pump going up the hill. When we later ran a test on November 4th, 2021. And for that test, so if we were running at 4.6 gallons per minute, there would be no drop or no noticeable drop in the water level. And so we can't use that data for calculating a radius of influence. So we needed to have a higher pumping rate specifically for the test. So when they used the same well, but the test was run, instead of pumping it up the hill, it was just pumped into a tank right adjacent to it. So when under normal circumstances, pumping would go 100 feet or more up the hill to water tanks. But for the test we did, and the pumping rate on that during the test, I'm sorry.
I think you said 9.8 in there. That's the number.
Yeah, and that would reflect pretty much the maximum pump rate that the existing pump could do.
Okay, so if the situation becomes dire, you can get another pump and pump it up the hill from there, but you still have access to 9.8 gallons per minute.
Yes, as much as with the existing pump. The production capacity of the well is greater than 9.8. It's just that's the production capacity of the pump.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Callahan from Magic Meadow Farms. I'm a cultivator in Middletown. Nice to see the board. Thank you all for being here. I'm coming to speak on behalf of this family and this use permit that's coming before you. I've helped their family a little bit with some of their compliance, and one of the things I wanted to speak on is that they have done everything they can to be in regulation and to follow everything that the county and the state is asking. That's why they're licensed and why they're passing their CDFA inspections. And also, I'd like to speak on the fact that cannabis as an agricultural crop at an acre I've found that since I've been regulated using meters, working with the county, and being able to watch my water use, we're much more aware of water use. Farms that are unregulated they don't have to monitor, they don't have to watch, and they don't have to be prepared to answer those questions when the county inspections come out, which I think start in July every year. And so for me, as another farmer and as an advocate of these farmers who I've been watching build their farms and been on site and saw their style of farming, they're even going to start implementing more techniques of water conservation. And as we proceed further into their development, I would like to work more closely with them. Our farm is sustainable. We use different methods that capture water, like hugelkultur. And those methods, accompanied to the monitoring in the county, really help to maintain water quality and assure water conservation. And I also want to say that when we're coming forward as cannabis cultivators to do a regulated grow, we have to maintain those standards throughout our cultivation cycles. So my public comment is to say that they're a wonderful farm and they do wonderful things in their community and they've been here for a long time. And to get to commission review is a huge honor because that means we've went through all of the process of looking into hydrology and geology and botanical studies and all kinds of things to ensure that we're following what we're supposed to be following. And I just really want to get behind people who are doing good work and are following their guidelines, and especially as someone who came through, a while ago and have been trying to be regulated. I want to say that these two are right along with me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sure.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jason Schnars. My friends know me as Cranberry.
Will you talk?
Good morning, everybody. My name
Afternoon.
is Jason Schnars, and my friends know me as Cranberry. I've been dealing with cannabis since I was about 15, obviously on the black market because it was just how it was done. And I've known Kirk here for about a year, and in that time frame, being able to be a part of the farm and see how things are working and their passion for organic grown cannabis. I've actually re-enrolled in college. I'm now pursuing a horticulture of a science degree and small farm management as well. And I have to say, everything on that farm is the bee's knees. And seeing something done legal and correct is something that gives me hope for a future that I can be a part of. I really hope that you grant them their license today, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. There's someone else that is going to speak. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Price. Chair Price, Vice Chair, start my thing. Vice Chair Chavez, Commissioner Field, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Erin McCarrick. I am in the city of Clear Lake, and I own a distribution company within the city of Clear Lake. And I have worked with the applicant through that capacity. They produce beautiful flower, beautiful cannabis flower, and very much have a concern for the earth, for their area, for their surrounding area, and for the community. So, and I'm also on the Planning Commission in Clear Lake, and I definitely appreciate the spirit of collaboration and compromise and the ability to use the conditions of approval when there are things that may be confusing or left out. And so I look forward to, I trust the applicant because I know them, would absolutely work with anybody in their community to find solutions to something that might be confusing. I myself have a project, a different project in Clear Lake, and have joined in with some of the concerned citizens to do well monitoring. And so we've all, put on our wells, and we're gathering that data with our elected officials. I'll reach out to you, Vice Chair Chavez, in District 2. So our elected officials are now joining us in terms of voluntarily tracking our own water use. So the silver lining of the legal cannabis industry is that it is bringing to light the water usage. It is bringing to light environmental regulation, and also it is bringing people together in the community to find how we all move forward. So thank you so much. Again, I voiced my support for this project and the use permit. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Erin.
Hello, I'm Kirk Westfall. This is my family, and I would just like to speak on behalf of us, how we are a Lake County family. We love the land. We're very productive members of the society. I am a licensed general contractor. After the Valley Fire, my crew personally rebuilt at least a half a dozen homes and made sure these people had homes to live in. I have worked extremely, extremely hard to get to this point. I personally camped in front of this courthouse for 2 nights in 2019 when you were giving the very first dozen permits out. That was when the process started. We wanted to do this. This was my dream. We've been raided. We've met the other side. Okay, this was before. Those are the reasons that we completely understand what needs to be done to do it legally, correctly, in compliance. All those issues are all I think about to run this farm and be here for my family and live in this beautiful county. And currently, I work for Canocta Harbor Resort. We're bringing it back to life. It's been a labor of love. There's 2 things I don't love more in this county than that lake and my beautiful mountain that we live on, and the beautiful, wonderful people that are here. Being in a small town is super important, to know who you are, who your neighbors are, who your friends are, who the guys that work at the paint store are. I mean, everyone by name knows me. I do excellent work, and we'll continue to do this on the farm. We will monitor the water. We will do everything in our power. I mean, it's just my passion. It's all I've ever wanted to do. And, it's been such a long path. And for me, it's just starting. We're really prepared to do this, put everything in. My hands are how I make my money. I beat them to death. We work very hard to get these things done. Our land is full of obsidian. It's pretty much undesirable for just a lot of people. But ground critters don't crawl in it. We don't have gopher issues. We don't have to harm any of the beautiful Mother Nature's creatures around our farm. We take care of them. We take them in. I found an injured rabbit. He gets saved. All these type of things that we do on our little hill, which is really private and very beautiful and very scenic. And I just want to tell you guys that I will do everything to protect it, to make sure that everything is done correctly and by the books. And just please grant my family this permit today, because I don't know what else to do without it. So, thank you.
Hi there.
Hi, I'm Dan Westfall. I'm the one on the application with my mother, and that's my brother. Just to let you guys know, and maybe some people know, that this has been a long road. It's been a bumpy road. It's been more like a maze. And we have navigated this maze and this road through the last 3-4 years. How many planners, how many this, how many that, and I want to know, like, if anybody knows how expensive this is to get through these hoops and jump through each one and get each, oh, by the way, you need this, study, you need this hydrology report, you need this. These are not free. So what I do is I live in Hawaii and I drive a boat 10 hours a day. And this helps pay for things that we need to do. I want to move back to Lake County. We are not in business without our permit. We are out of business. We are at the, for me, there should be like a finish line where we run through it and break through, and I cannot afford to have another roadblock. I work 10 hours a day on a boat in the sun. My hands look like my grandpa who was 92. Literally, I want to get off the boat. I want to get into Lake County, and I want to be a farmer. And I want to support my brother's dream and my mom's dream. and I live in probably the most expensive state in the whole, it's a beautiful state, trust me on that, but it's the most expensive state. But I found a way to make some money off the tourists and help support our farm and everything we needed to get to today. And I flew here for 4 days. I took 4 days off of work. I flew here for this. I'm flying back to go back to work tomorrow. So I actually work the day after tomorrow, but I'm going back. And as soon as we can get up and running and we'll be back in business, I'll be living here. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I let Trey talk again if he wants to, is there any hands in the Zoom room, Jake?
At this time, no, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. I'll look around one more time for anyone wishing to speak before I close public comment.
Hi, thank you, Trey Sherrill. Just wanted to, I had a chance to review the well completion reports that were passed out that you can see. I just want to draw your attention to a couple of things. Up at the top right, you'll see that the well was drilled 99 feet deep. This corresponds to the 99 feet recorded in the well test that JAK Drilling did. Also, it's kind of underneath the confidential, but you'll see that the well is screened between 75 and 93 feet. And then once again, if you go back to the top right, you'll see that 70 to 99 feet deep is obsidian. And then this was also covered in the hydrology study. But this is the well. This is the Mombacho Mountain Organics well. This is not the neighbor's well. As discussed in the hydrology study, this well obtains water from a confined aquifer, meaning that there's a layer, between the surface, the ground surface, and the aquifer from which the well receives water. And that confining layer is this brown clay layer. It's hard to read all this stuff, but the fact of the matter is, so obsidian aquifers, they're fractures that through which water moves. I guess what I'm trying to get at is the concerned neighbor. She said her well was about 40 feet deep. That to me, and I can't without conclusively say that it's drawing water from an unconfined aquifer without further exploration. But a 40-foot deep well generally is going to be receiving water from a superficial aquifer, while this is receiving water from a confined aquifer. So just after getting it, go ahead.
Can you tell me what the elevation of this property is?
Yeah, I can. Just 1 second.
Thanks.
That's the top right, 2,800. Yeah, and then give me one.
So it's drawing from an aquifer that's at about 2,700 feet of elevation.
Yes. I can find a. What is the? Sorry, could someone maybe give me the APN real quick?
Of course. All right. You ready?
I had it pulled up.
011, 044, 17.
And 18.
And 18.
And then the neighbors is 14. So, I mean,
So
she answered my question.
the cultivation site is approximately 2,500 feet above sea level, and the well is approximately 2,400 feet, actually a little bit more than 2,400 feet above sea level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this before I close public comment? Now is your chance. Jake, any hands in the Zoom room?
No, there are still no hands in the Zoom room.
Thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
So just to clarify, the well record address for 9291 Wildcat, that's not the correct address, so would we still use this paper?
So you want clarification on the address?
So the well is located where? What's the correct address?
It's 9261. It's been 1991. Address has changed over time.
Okay.
Good.
I have a concern that if Ms. Moss is accurate, her well is within the 400-foot radius of influence, and your hydrology report, well, we just received these this morning, says that there is no evidence of neighboring well within the calculated zoning of pumping influence. I mean, this is of concern. And they're saying there's no wells, and we have a next door neighbor saying there is. So I'm not sure how we should proceed.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, as always, if there are, you have the three options. If you feel there is enough information in front of you, evidence in front of you for you to make the findings that you must make in order to approve this permit, then you can approve the permit. If you feel that there is enough information in front of you for you to not make the findings, then you can deny the permit. And if there is missing information or unclear information, you can continue the item and direct staff to clarify or provide missing information.
Thank you. That being said, Commissioner Field, would you like to direct staff to, or at least even the applicant, to kind of verify or confirm what they, if the neighboring property is saying that there's a well there and the documentation is saying that it's not?
He could come and look at it.
I understand. If you guys would like, I'm open to possibly continuing it, or?
Well, I don't think that, I think it's quite possibly an innocent mistake.
Sure.
Because it's possible that this well is not documented anywhere. And if you do have a well and it isn't in the environmental health or the public, the Department of Water Resources records, then how could they possibly know about it?
How could they get my address on their well?
Well, that's a whole nother issue. I mean, this document is very old. It's 1977, and addresses do change. I don't think that alone is.
Got it yesterday.
It's still on record, but what I'm saying is that the comment that you have said is that you have a well that is within the zone of influence that was not considered in the hydrology report.
Yes.
That is very concerning to me. I think that the hydrologists who did this report should investigate, and I think that we should table it for the moment for that reason. Unless somebody has some evidence to the contrary.
Thank you. So once again, this well report, it sounds like Department of Water Resources indicated that this was a neighbor's well, but this is definitely a Mamacho Mountain Organics well, this report. And then going back to talking about the confined aquifer versus unconfined, I mean, yes, to conclusively state that more investigation would be required. The neighbor, we would have to allow us on her property to conduct that investigation. As of right now, there's, with the environmental health and Department of Water Resources, there appears to be no documentation of the well on her property. So therefore we have to go obtain, information on her well to even make any inference. But as I kind of pointed out earlier, it's the fact that this well, is it okay if I ask her a question? Or maybe I can ask you.
You can direct it towards us. Please.
Yeah, I'd like to know the confidence that her well is actually 40 feet deep, because that, once again, to me, that's very indicative of a shallow superficial aquifer versus this deeper confined aquifer. And so even if the two wells were within as close as we are right now, the fact that there's a confining layer, there would be no direct interference between the two. So the distance, whether it's within that 400-foot radius of influence or not, if they're actually receiving water from two different aquifers, there would be no interference. But
I understand what you're saying, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that.
That's not what it says in the hydrology report. It says it does not appear that it says, given that there is no evidence of a neighboring well within the calculated zoning of pumping influence. So that indicates to me that they haven't even looked at it. They didn't know it's there, so it's.
No, I assisted with the preparation of this hydrology study. I'm a subcontractor for Realm Engineering.
Okay.
And so, no, yes, we looked at the resources that are available to us. We looked at the Department of Water Resources, and then we followed up with the environmental health. The well, we had no idea that this well, we suspected that there would be because there's a house there. So, yeah, they gotta get water from somewhere. Right, and that's the reason for following up with environmental health. They said they don't have record of a septic or a well on that property. So it's just probably just old, or, installed without permits. But yeah, I mean, we could, so for us to even proceed further, we would have to, the neighbor would have to grant us access to her property and to her well. And we would likely need to remove her pump so that we can ascertain the depth of her well. It would be an inconvenience, but yeah, just so we're aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. We're discussing, Commissioner Chavez, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, well, if these, she says this is her address, but this is not, obviously, like it was stated earlier, then that means that this cannot be compared or used against the applicant, because there is no record of Ms. Moss's well, so we can't use this against the applicant. I believe the hydrology report is accurate to what their well is, and if we don't even have any idea of Ms. Moss's actual well depth, if it is, I don't know if it'll be the same depth to cause the radius of influence to cause what would you call it, and to cause an effect to Ms. Moss's well if it's more than 50 feet deeper. So I'm willing to
And I do appreciate Trey's explanation of the aquifers and how, if the neighbor does believe that her well is a lot more on the shallow side than the applicant's well, the aquifers do that. That does make sense to me. And based on the lack of information provided, kind of leaves a big void.
Yeah, this is kind of a big question in my mind, but actually, I mean, I wasn't aware of this issue until I walked into this room, but the only other issue that I'm concerned about is the removal of 10 trees. I believe you're stating that you're going to be removing 10 oak trees between 6 and 24 inches in diameter. Is that true?
Yeah.
I mean, is this required to proceed with this project, to remove these oak trees?
No, it was earlier on. Oak tree removal was not that big of an issue 2 or 3 years ago when we submitted this application.
Before I was up here.
Yeah, we could definitely, work around the oak trees.
I would consider this, if we could have a COA that states no trees larger than 12 inches in diameter at breast height, I would feel much more comfortable with it.
I think that's great. And Byron, can you add that to the conditions? Thank you.
Commissioner, Madam Chair, just as a clarification for the trees, you mean in addition to the limit to 10 trees? No, 10 trees, none of which are meet the parameters
12
that you've given?
inches.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? Okay.
Yeah, I'm worried about this hydrology report without considering this neighboring well. It concerns me. We have a member of the public who states that she has a well that has not been considered. So unless somebody has some information that shows that her well is not within that sphere of influence or something, I feel obligated to at least continue this to the next meeting until we can investigate that.
And unfortunately, I feel that when someone gets the order to go ahead and do a hydrology report, as the applicant stated, there's certain avenues that you go to. You go here and, you check to see if anything's on there. And if the neighbor's well or septic, or there's no record of anything, when the hydrologist goes out to do their report and they pull their preliminary source of information, if nothing came up, I think it's really hard to go ahead and, kind of hold the applicant, I won't say responsible, but kind of, in a way to where, and then to mitigate the situation, they're going to have access to the neighboring well, and then it's just opening a whole can of worms is my biggest issue. There's just, once you kind of cross that threshold and go from there, there's no easier way to kind of backtrack and to make sure everybody is happy. One thing that we can rest our heads on is that the applicant will keep track of, all their metering, their water usage. Nobody up there wants to run out of water. I grew up on Saddle Road off of Wildcat, and it's a beautiful area. And anybody who's been up there really understands the slice of paradise that is actually up there. Kind of goes back to what we talked about earlier, be neighborly. If you see, sand in your well, or if your water pressure goes down, or if there's something that you can do and basically have a conversation with your neighbor, we're all in this together. So maybe that's something that can be considered. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would have a question for the applicant. You said that you guys were operating under early activation for 2 years. This question would be now towards Ms. Moss. Have you noticed any changes in your well for the last 2 years that they have been operating? You can answer that question in the podium, please.
My well has not changed in the last 2 years. I know in the last year, Kathleen and her sons were there because that well that you're talking about was not working. She didn't have any water. That's what I understood. And I want you to know that I did everything I could do official. Environmental Health said we don't keep track of the well registers. We'll give you these numbers for the Water Resources Department. I went to the Water Resources Department. I got that one diagram that didn't have my address on it. And then I got another diagram from another department that did have my address on it. And that's what I'm questioning. Is the Department of Water Resources looking at my well and saying that well that they're going to use is their well? There seems to be a discrepancy in the Water Resources Department. I think the environmental health people were very honest. It's not their job to register the well. I spent 2 days trying to get an accurate map of the well. I got one map of the well that doesn't have my name on it that looked like it had been crossed out. And then I have the other map that I gave you that has my address on it.
Yeah.
And then the name is blacked out. Why did they black that name out?
Well, even if they blacked out the name, that's still not the correct well that we're talking
And both places were different numbers from the Department of Water Resource. Environmental Health was going to send you a letter today that attested to how many numbers they gave me to call the Water Resources Department.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. And I think that we have, with the new well studies that have been provided, I think that we have adequate information.
But did this gentleman ever come out here until today? That's what I want to know. And I want you to read the hold harmless statement that he writes at the end. He says, nothing I say in this study might be true. I got it from looking at the records. He says that right in that report.
Not a problem. Also,
thank you.
I have a question, Ms. Moss. What year was your house built? Do you have any idea what year your house was built?
I know that I can't remember. It was the Headley place. I can find out.
Can you just give me like a roundabout number?
My house is an antique.
Okay.
I didn't grow up I didn't build it.
Okay, I was just asking because,
I know that a fella named Brasher, who was a public contractor, owned my house and land surrounding it. He may very well have dug his own well and not called in to register it.
Absolutely, and that was my main thing.
And before it was the Brasher place, it was the Headley place, known as the Headley place.
Okay.
A pioneer family.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious, just because with this date of 1977, if there was
It says
any.
1979 after the number in one of those things, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Chavez. You have resolved my issues, and I think that Ms. Moss's answer to the question resolves my concerns.
Okay. So any further discussion between us, or are you guys prepared to move forward? Oh, did you want to, just because you're the applicant?
Contribute to the.
I'll let you speak.
Kathleen McGuire. Since I acquired the property, we have never, ever run out of water. And we have a certified well technician. If we have any problems whatsoever, he comes out. Okay?
Thank you.
With that being said, I'm prepared to make a motion on item 4. I move that, I move that the Planning Commission find that the mitigated negative declaration IS 19-34 prepared for Mombacho Mountain Organics LLC for the property located at 9205 Mombacho Road and 9261 Wildcat Road, Kelseyville, further described as APNs 011-044-17 and 011-044-18, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a determination for a mitigated negative declaration with the accompanying mitigation monitoring and reporting program shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26th, 2022.
Excuse me, Commissioner, we wanted to add the condition of the oak trees and the diameter.
Would that go under the major use permit or under the negative declaration?
Negative.
I'm sorry, so are you under the use permit or are you under the?
Mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Dated May 26th, 2022.
Second.
Motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I further move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 19-19 applied for by Mombacho Mountain Organics LLC for the property located at 9205 Mombacho Road and 9261 Wildcat Road, Kelseyville, further described as APNs 011-044-17 and 011-044-18, does meet the requirements for Section 51.4 of Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance with the amended site plan and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report and as amended today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there is a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our fifth item. It is a public hearing on consideration of general plan of conformity, GPC 22-05, to satisfy for a property zoned O-SC-FF-WW, open space, scenic combining, floodway fringe, and waterway. The Government Code Section 65402 subsection B requires that prior to the disposal of land, the county report the location, purpose, and extent of any proposed sale of county property to determine the conformity with the adopted general plan. The purpose of the conformity would be to allow the accommodation of a homeless shelter. The project at 1111 Wayland Way, Lakeport, California, further described as assessor parcel number 004-029-41.
Legal notice has been determined on this matter.
Thanks, Jim.
Bacho, yeah. One I need is GPC 22-05. What's it called again? GPC 22-05.
You could probably use that one, the Elijah House.
Is it Elijah House?
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, there we go, guys.
All right, Sam, you rock.
Trying.
Cool.
all yours.
Thank you, sir. All right. Hi, Commissioners. I know it's lunchtime. I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can without missing the highlights. This is actually the first of what will be several steps. First thing that needed to happen in order for the applicant, the Elijah House, to access their grant funding was for a determination to be made of county-owned property as to whether it currently is in conformance with the general plan. So this is limited to being a general plan of conformity for the express purpose of evaluating its compliance with the general plan. So, having said that, the property is located at 1111 Wayland Way in Lakeport. It's county-owned. It's currently used as, until recently, as a juvenile hall. It's got an existing building on the property, and the property itself is about 4.5 acres in size. So what's being requested is, as I said, simply a general plan of conformity. We'll go through the scope, site description, project analysis, and finally recommendations and conditions. Property is located by the white arrow on Wayland Way, and it's accessed by the highway, I believe that's 29, although I can't read the number from here. As I indicated, it had been used for juvenile hall. County intends on selling the land as surplus. And prior to the sale of the land, this general plan of conformity is needed. Zoning map, it's currently zoned O, open space, and it's got a lot of subcategories, waterway, floodway fringe, scenic combining due to the proximity of the scenic highway. And I think there was one other zoning designation on it. I can't remember what it is now.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Open space. Yeah, I've got it in my staff report.
I'm sorry, you're looking for the proposed?
No, I'm current zoning. I just want to make sure I get all the subcategories.
I think you got them all: open space, scenic combining, floodway fringe, and waterway.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
All right. So we evaluate it for the general plan, consistency, the area plan that applies, in this case, the Lakeport area plan, and if any parts of the zoning ordinance are applicable. I added several definitions in here. This is from our housing element. And we indicate in the draft housing element that Lake County accepts the head definition as follows. For purposes of this chapter, the term homeless or homeless individual or homeless person includes individual who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence and an individual who has a primary nighttime residence that is a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter, an institution that provides temporary residency for individuals intended to be institutionalized, or a public place not designated for or ordinarily used as a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings. Again, the housing element has a section on emergency shelters. I should add here that the state definition is a bit different. It identifies emergency shelters as being up to 6 months stay, and then it has another category called transitional housing, which is 6 months to 2 years, which is longer in duration than an emergency shelter. There are several policies in the housing element that apply, and what the housing element essentially says is that Lake County needs to have homeless shelters. They can't be located closer than 300 feet from one another. And again, it mirrors the definition of the state emergency housing or emergency shelters of up to 180 days. Then it becomes a different type of category. So public facilities has, it's been a while since I've read this, but bear with me for a minute here. Okay, it doesn't name, at least I'm not seeing homeless shelters under public facilities. And then I refer back to HUD's definition of emergency shelters. The Lakeport Area Plan has several goals that apply to shelters. It has some that apply to low to moderate income households. To provide adequate and sufficient sites for development of all types of housing. Debatable whether a homeless shelter would qualify as a type of housing, although it is intended for overnight stays up to 6 months. As far as the analysis goes, there's no changes proposed to the site, and as I indicated, it currently holds the juvenile hall building. The zoning would have to change to allow the homeless shelter use, or an exception would have to be granted by the elected officials, although those are fairly rare and not desirable based on the option of doing a zone change. We found that it was eligible for a categorical exemption under section 15.312, which exempts the sale of surplus government property if the land does not have significant values for wildlife habitat or other environmental purposes from environmental review. So, the recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt the categorical exemption CE 22-19 and to approve the general plan of conformity 22-05, which would make the project eligible for continuance, ultimately for use as a homeless shelter.
Thank you. Any questions for Eric from the commissioners? Okay, we will open up public comment. No one in chambers wishes to speak. Jake, do we have any hands in the Zoom room?
No, at this time, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close public comment. What we are being asked of staff, I believe, is pretty straightforward. And yeah, I think this will just be the first step, right? Okay. Looking for motion.
Thank you, Eric. I move that the Planning Commission find and report that on the basis of the lack of site disturbance associated with this project, and because of the lack of future site improvements associated with this property, that a categorical exemption to CEQA shall be adopted pursuant to CEQA Section 153012, and that this project, located at 1111 Wayland Way, Lakeport, California, and known as APN 004-02941 will not have a significant effect on the environment with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Commissioners, sorry, that was loud. If I may beforehand, you are not in fact
Making a decision?
making a determination on the project, any project that may be proposed on that site. It so happens that they know what, whomever the potential purchaser knows what they may want to use the site for, but you are not being asked to approve that today. You're being asked to approve to find that the sale of the land is in conformance with the general plan.
Right, but my understanding is that we have to find that it meets the CEQA
The general plan,
conformance.
yeah, the general plan conformity, like the decision you're making today is on whether or not that the sale of the land is in conformance with the general plan. It is that decision that you're being asked to determine is exempt from CEQA, and not any project associated with the specific use of the land.
So we don't need to find that that the proposed, or that we shouldn't even make a judgment about?
No.
The CEQA?
You would, that a categorical exemption to CEQA shall be adopted pursuant to CEQA section 153012, and that this general plan conformity will not have a significant effect on the environment with the findings listed in the staff report.
Right.
Correct. Not the project located on Wayland Way, Lakeport, California, known as APN 004-02941, because there is not currently a project that you are being asked to approve.
So there was just a typo, is what she said.
Oh, I see.
Correct. So it would be that you're being asked to determine that the categorical exemption applies to the general plan of conformity.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
Decision.
just say, and then just remove this project.
Okay.
So go forward with that.
Thank you. And that'll be true for each of the motions.
Do you think I need to read it again?
If you think it would clarify.
The only.
But so it's just the location, it's not a project?
You did it right that way.
You're being asked to approve to find that the
Location.
the sale of this particular location.
Okay, so instead of, and that this project located at, it should read the location, 1111 Wayland Way, will not have a,
No, sorry. So the decision you're making today is whether or not the sale of the property or the county divesting itself of this property is in conformance with the general plan. And that is what is it, and that decision is what would be exempt from CEQA.
okay, so can we rewrite this into general plan conformity?
I think we would just scratch out.
Will be exempt from CEQA? Let's just take, if I can just take a minute and do a little editing. Right, so what I'm saying is, we should just skip this and say blah, 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 and it does not.
And it would be fine except for the same because you can't use this form. Right. So you make the exemption. Because it has to meet CEQA before you can do the project.
But we're not moving, we're not considering it.
Which is why exemption. But the thing that,
Right.
because it applies to the exemption, because it's a UPC.
thought it was a bag of chips.
I know, I was like, who's eating?
I need a new bag. I've got coffee all over this one. Oh, no, that's been on there. Use this to transport my computer. Yeah, it's just old.
Okay, I got it. Consideration all these other things. Okay. I move that the Planning Commission find and report that on the basis of the lack of site disturbances and the lack of future site improvements associated with this property, that a categorical exemption to CEQA shall be adopted pursuant to CEQA Section 153012, and that general plan conformity will not have a significant effect on the environment with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Okay, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
I further move that the Planning Commission find and report that the general plan conformity 20 GPC 2205 applied for by the Lake County Administration Department and the Community Development Department for the property located at 1111 Wayland Way, Lakeport, California, and known as APN 004-02941, is in conformity with the Lake County General Plan with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Lastly, we will bring up our sixth item. I think, yep. This is continued from May 12th, 2022, public hearing on consideration of major use permit UP 19-44 and mitigated negative declaration IS 19-63. The applicant, Auto Canna LLC, is proposing 4 A-Type 3 outdoor licenses and a Type 13 distributor transport-only self-transport distribution license. The project is located at 21258 Morgan Valley Road, Lower Lake, California, 012-069-57.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you, Eric. And you need. Yeah.
Probably could see it.
Well, we just went through this one last week, 2 weeks ago. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're just getting staff all settled into her new spot for her presentation.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Sorry about the delay. My name is Kim Hunter, and I'll be presenting this project. Today, it was a project continued from May 12th, 2022. So I will go through the presentation again. There is some updated information, but much of it has already been presented, and just kind of a refresher. I'm kind of like Eric. I get a little challenged with technology, but there we go. Okay. We're on track. The request is for a major use permit for commercial cannabis cultivation. The address of the project site is 21258 Morgan Valley Road in the Lower Lake area. APN 012-069-57. The applicant is Auto Canna LLC, Kyle Williams, and the property owner is the Woods Trust. The trustee for the Woods Trust is Leah Bradle. This application was submitted November 13th, 2019. The permit request has changed over time, and so I'm going to have a few slides on what was originally proposed, which you see reflected in the agenda item, and what is the current proposal. So the permit request is currently for 2 A-type 3 licenses. These are 1 acre outdoor licenses, and 1 A-type 2 license. That would be up to 10,000 square feet of canopy, considered a small grow, along with a 1 type 13 license, which is for self-distribution. Something on that? And the parcel size is approximately 80 acres. Just a tad bit over. Okay, here's a comparison of the original project scope, and it's changed a few times, but this is the original that I could find in the oldest documents, and then the revised scope, which is what is being considered today. And the revised scope is indicated by the applicant. It was a result of findings of the arborist report, the Oak Habitat Conservation Plan, and the hydrology report. So the original scope, we have 1 A-type 3 outdoor, 11 A-type 2 outdoors, along with the type 13 self-distribution, which has remained the same, which was for 158,800 square feet of canopy, 8 acres of disturbance. The revised scope is the 2 acres A-type 3 outdoor, 1 A-type 2 outdoor, type 13 self-distribution, 93,560 square feet of canopy with 4 acres of disturbance. Continuing on, original scope proposed 20,000 cubic yards of earth and material to be moved. That'd be through a complex grading permit, and 86 oak trees to be removed. These are blue oaks. 54 of those trees were damaged or hazard trees, and 32 were healthy trees. The revised scope is less than 1,000 cubic yards of earth and material moved, which is a significant reduction, and 66 blue oak trees to be removed. 39 of those are damaged or considered hazard trees, and 27 are healthy mature blue oaks. Okay, moving on. Here's a photo of vicinity map. The project parcel is located approximately 4.5 miles east of Lower Lake. The site is accessed via Sky High Ridge Road, which is a gated private road that is accessed from Morgan Valley Road. It's about a 2.5 mile trip to reach the property taking that route. The figure in this slide is the zoning map. You see the parcel outlined in the light blue color there in the center. The zoning is agricultural preserve, or APZ, and the general plan land use designation is rural lands. The parcels within the vicinity are zoned APZ, rural lands, and open space, which you can see a little bit of blue there at the very bottom and up in the top right corner. The project site is located within the Lower Lake Planning Area and Supervisorial District 1. The project site was greatly impacted by the 2015 Rocky Fire. There's quite a bit of terrain and topography at this site, which is shown by the figure. There's the slopes, very extreme slopes in green, and the white area there is the flat areas proposed for cultivation. Those areas have the least slope, generally 0 to 5%. According to the hydrology report, I know we had some conflicting information on this last time, the northern third of the project property is in the upper Cache Creek watershed. And then the southern 2/3 of the project property is located in the upper Putah Creek watershed. I remember there being a little bit of discrepancy with what was shown, what Andrew Amelong had, but that is, I checked, that's what's in the hydrology report. The property has about a 46% average cross slope, as you can see by the topography map figure. But again, the proposed cultivation areas are 2% or less slope, so relatively flat. Going over the project scope, we have the 93,560 square feet of canopy cultivation area with the cultivation support area being around 100,000 acres. There is a proposed 5,000 square foot drying and processing metal building that will have a roof mounted solar system, 120 square foot wooden shed or wooden building, security building, and then 120 square foot wooden storage building for pesticides, fertilizers, and chemicals. In the project scope, there are a total of 8 5,000-gallon water storage tanks included. Security fencing on the site will be added at the gate and entrance of the property. Security fencing is going to be as needed and installed if there is not somebody on the property. The project scope also includes a 4-acre shaded fuel break, 12-acre oak habitat conservation area, and that's on the northern slope of the property. The majority is on the northern slope of the property. Improved gravel access road and a compost area for cannabis waste. Okay, this project was granted early activation for 2 years. And so there are some existing uses on the property that I wanted to call out and bring to your attention. Those existing land uses include groundwater well with a solar power pump, backup generator. Prior to the early activation, a prior owner, my understanding is it was a prior owner installed a septic system, and at that time was thinking about building a house at the site. So there was a septic system installed. Then there are 4 of the 8 5,000-gallon water storage tanks at the site. And the access road, which will be improved with gravel and to meet 4290 and 4291 standards, fire safety standards. Right now, it is native material, just soil. It's not gravelled at this point. Okay, so we're moving on to vegetation and the natural habitat. Included with this project is a oak tree removal and replacement plan that is part of the attachments with the staff report. The vegetation includes blue oak woodlands, and the natural community is considered to be a mixed oak savanna. There is chaparral, especially in the fire areas, quite a bit of chaparral encroachment on the project area. As mentioned earlier, the project proposes to remove 66 living oak trees. Again, 39 of those are diseased, damaged, or dying, and they're considered hazard trees. 27 are healthy, sound trees to be removed for the project, and that removal will be mitigated and is outlined in the replacement plan. Also, we have the applicant's representative here and the arborist that will be able to answer some questions and comment and provide more information. To comply with the California Oak Woodlands Conservation Act, the project proposes, this is just a brief overview, you'll get more information, I'm sure, after my presentation, establish a 12-acre oak habitat conservation area. The plan is to plant, thank you, and protect 198 blue oaks each year for 3 years. And that would be a total of 594 trees to replace those trees that will be removed. The majority of trees will be planted on the north ridge and create a shaded fuel break, which serves obviously multiple purposes for the property. For the project analysis, the regulations reviewed for compliance with Lake County General Plan, Lower Lake Area Plan, Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and state regulations. For the Lake County General Plan, for consistency, there were no conflicting policies within the general plan. The project is consistent with the Rural Lands General Plan designation. For the Lower Lake Area Plan, we found the project to be consistent with the policy, objectives and policies of the Lower Lake Area Plan, calling out 2 particular policies in this slide, and that is to implement the recommendations by California Department of Forestry, CDF, and either Lower Lake or South Lake County fire protection districts shall carefully be considered when evaluating development proposals in the Lower Lake planning area. And we did confirm this is been approved for 4290 compliance, this site. Also, policy 5.1A-1, the Lower Lake Land Use Plan should recognize existing development patterns and logically provide for future development in the area. Development in this area is very similar to what is being proposed. It is compatible with surrounding uses. Regarding the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, 2 sections of the ordinance were reviewed for compliance. Article 27, uses generally permitted, and Article 4, agricultural preserve district. Commercial cannabis cultivation is allowed in the agricultural preserve district. There is a active Williamson Act contract for this site. There is no conflict. The project has provided hydrology report and a drought management plan to meet the requirements of Urgency Ordinance 3106. Well performance test was performed in February of 2020 and indicated that on-site groundwater well can sustainably produce 17 gallons of water per minute. And estimated annual water use for the total proposed cultivation operation with 93, not 95, 93,560 square feet of cannabis canopy would be approximately 4.7 acre feet. For AB 52 tribal consultation, a tribal consultation notice was sent out in November 2019. There was good communication and feedback for this project, and which resulted in consultation on January 24th, 2020, and ultimately led to additional mitigation measures, which are incorporated into the conditions of approval, and also a monitoring and treatment agreement has been entered into with the applicant and the Middletown Rancheria, and that was done in February of 2020. For CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, a mitigated negative declaration is a proposed environmental determination for this project. It has been found that all identified impacts, or it has been, the initial study has demonstrated that all identified impacts can be reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation incorporated. And the public comment period occurred from January 6, 2021 to February 10th, 2021. Mitigations are outlined in the staff report attachments. Resources that did require mitigation included aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources and tribal resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, and noise. The environmental recommendation the staff is proposing for this project is to adopt a mitigated negative declaration, initial study IS 19-63 for use permit 1944. This also includes findings for a complex grading permit, GR 20-13, with findings found in the staff report. Just want to note that an environmental determination is required for a complex grading permit and is part of the project. Recommendations for the major use permit are to approve use permit 19-44 with the proposed conditions of approval and with the findings found in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or comments or questions and take any comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Kim. Any questions for staff or the applicant or the consultant?
I have two concerns, and you guessed it, one of them is oak trees, removing 27 oak trees. I have to say that arborist report was pretty cool. I had it at the last meeting on paper, and I took a bunch of notes. I don't have it with me right now, but what I remember is that there were a handful of trees that were big, and I'm wondering if those are absolutely necessary. Their removal is absolutely necessary to this project, like bigger than 12 inches. Let me just pose that question and move on. Maybe you can address this in a minute. My other concern is whether cannabis is a qualified ag use under the Williamson Act. I don't think we consider it an agricultural use at all. So I guess that's a legal question that maybe someone can answer. Those are my questions.
Okay. Commissioner Chavez, any questions or comments for the applicant? Okay. You're welcome. We'll go ahead and open up public comment. Sure. Hello.
Joan Moss. I want to know if a qualified, certified arborist examined each of the trees that is going to be cut. I know that some people looked at my trees, and the night before he was an arborist, the morning he told me he wasn't an arborist yet. So I want to know if a qualified, certified arborist looked at the trees.
Okay, and I do believe...
Of course, I don't want to cut the trees down, of course not.
Thank you so much. And I do believe you can respond to that if you'd like.
Thank you. Trey Sherrill, consultant for AutoCana LLC. To answer Ms. Moss's question, yes, a certified arborist, and he's currently in the Zoom room and will speak in a little bit, has identified and measured and quantified and qualified every single tree, over 300 on this property. Your question about the trees, yes. The ones that we've identified throughout, yes, the 28 healthy or 27 healthy trees, they are necessary for removal for this project to proceed.
Disregard that, sorry.
And but we have identified lots of other ones. Kim actually brought up, and maybe even you can show the picture of the potential heritage tree. There are some large blue oaks, and as the arborist will speak to, the stand of trees was severely damaged by the Rocky Fire, and as such, the potential heritage oak. We have put up a sign, it won't be removed, but it's 90% girdled. It's not going to survive very much longer. I mean, it may survive for the rest of our lifetime, but it's not in a healthy state, and that's the condition for most of the trees on this ridge top. And once again, as the arborist will speak to, we believe strongly that by implementing this project in the oak tree mitigation plans, that will actually improve the blue oak forest on the property and preserve it. Whereas given current climatic situation, we don't believe that the forest is going to survive for much longer, perhaps decades longer. But another fire is going to come through at some point, and it'll be done.
Yeah, we may actually be turning into a desert.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do, but I was just concerned about the 27 healthy trees that were scheduled for removal, because it seems to me that if the forest is severely damaged, that makes those 27 viable trees even more valuable.
I agree with you 100%. So the trees on the ridge top where the slopes are least steep, those are the ones that did survive the fire better than the trees that were on the slopes leading up to the top of the ridge. That being said, that shaded fuel break that we're talking about establishing, that was once a oak forest, and now it is just chamise chaparral. And so we're hoping to reestablish that oak forest there that is no longer and will not come back. Definitely not in our lifetimes, probably, maybe never, given current.
There's a picture of the slope.
And so you can see the trees to the left, that's where it's starting to flatten out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the trees survive better than the trees coming up the slope from the fire.
So is that where you want to take them down?
Yes, because that's where we're limited to establishing on less than 20% slope. I mean, really it's 30%, but in reality, we need to stable at 20% slopes. That's where the trees are. So we've gone the great lengths to protect, and we've gone above and beyond the Oak Habitat Conservation Act, if I remember the wording on that correctly. We've gone 3 times greater than the requirements of that act, because we realize we are taking out many of the remaining living oak trees in that area. Most of them are not healthy. There are some healthy ones in there, but we for this project to be viable, yes, we reduced it to 66 total trees, 27 healthy ones, but we have to use the flatter areas of this property. And we've reduced the project scope significantly, but at some point the project has to be viable. And then, like I said, the arborist would like to speak, and he's on Zoom, and maybe can answer some more questions.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, this is a picture. This isn't I don't seem to have a picture in the presentation of the large legacy oak that's 36 dBH. This is more of a 32-inch tree, so it's definitely one of the larger trees. But at the base of each tree, there is a tag, identification tag, which corresponds to mapping in the plan, and they've all been cataloged very carefully.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Yeah, he spent solid 2 weeks out there. I said over 300, maybe 380 or something like that, but a lot of trees, surveying, measuring, qualifying, quantifying. It was a pretty extensive study done on the trees.
Cool. Thank you. Any hands in the Zoom room, Jake? Probably the arborist.
But we do have Andrew here. Andrew, I see you talking. I cannot hear you. I know Andrew's staff had a comments. At this time, we don't have any hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hear you now.
Okay, great. Just to address that, I'm going to see if I can share my screen. And here we go. Okay, are you seeing this photo?
Yes, but we can't see your screen. I can see it like in the small little. Oh yeah.
See.
Oh, so in the Zoom room, the Zoom, we need the Zoom window maximized.
Oh, I see. Okay, give me 1 second.
All right.
Done.
Good job, team. So that's one of the tags for the trees?
Yes, this photo, it's probably not that visible, but it does show that the trees are tagged. Kim and I visited the site, and having the tags really helped us navigate the site with the maps. And we were concerned about one larger tree in the survey, and that it might qualify as a heritage oak. However, I followed up with the applicants on it, and again, kind of my views are a little all over the place here. But yeah, we followed up with the applicant to maybe make a condition to, remove the smaller trees but preserve a heritage oak. But it turns out, and I'm not sure, again, maybe I'm feeling a little technically challenged at the moment, that the tree that we thought might qualify as a heritage oak is quite large at the top. And again, I'm not sure if you're seeing this photo clearly, but it does seem severely damaged, and it's quite narrow at the base. And it doesn't look like it's in a very good condition for survival. So I just wanted to follow up with that. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. So.
Thank you for that. Okay, does that answer everyone's questions or concerns? I do have public comment still open, just in case. I will close it then and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Motion. Lunch.
I am prepared to make a motion if there's no further questions from the commissioners. I move that the Planning Commission makes a determination in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act for a mitigated negative declaration with findings for major use permit UP 19-44 and complex grading permit GR 20-13 applied for by AutoCana LLC on the property located at 21258 Morgan Valley Road, Lower Lake, California. Further described as APNs 012-069-57, will not have a significant effect on the environment as recommended in this staff report, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration along with the accompanying mitigation monitoring reporting program shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
I further move that the Planning Commission find that the amended major use permit UP 19-44 applied for by AutoCana LLC on property located at 21258 Morgan Valley Road, Lower Lake, California, further described as APN. Oh, they give me the address again. APN 012-069-57 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 and Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated May 26, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Please note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be received must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. We will now look to Ms. Director Darby for some office news and updates and
Absolutely.
all that fun stuff. I got to watch a little bit of the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. Saw you in attendance.
Thank you so
You have a full plate.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to start off first by saying that Kim Hunter, today is her last Planning Commission hearing event with us. So she's moving on to bigger and better things. And in her stead, we are replacing, LACO has replaced her with, well, she can't be replaced, but. So Byron Turner will be a part of Planning Commission, and he's assigned to the CDD department and our planner. So welcome, Byron, and good luck to Kim. Okay. No worries. Also, I would like to announce that we have a summer intern in our videography booth in the back. His name is Miles Richardson. And step out for a second so the board can see you.
Hi, Miles.
So thank you, that's Miles Richardson. So he'll be joining us for the summer, and I think he's doing a good job so far, but we'll see. And then in terms of the revised cannabis ordinance, as you know, on May 24th, we had a presentation before the Board of Supervisors. I think it went well, and I have to work on not saying as much, because I have been informed by Miles Richardson how many times I say
Oh, wow, okay.
So I'll work on that. And additionally, we had a workshop last night for the revised cannabis ordinance. The focus group was the cannabis industry. So I think that it went well in terms of receiving input, but we will see. Also, tonight, we have our second workshop tonight, and it's for the general public and other stakeholders, tribal groups, organizations, agencies. So we're looking forward to tonight. That's from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. here in the chambers.
Oh, wow. Like here?
Actually here.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Here.
I just wanted to say as well, the public comments that we received from last night and tonight, we will actually be presenting those before the Board of Supervisors at a meeting that's scheduled for July the 12th. I believe that is the date, so all the comments that we receive and the responses that we prepare will be a public forum here and presented before the board. Also, there is a comment card that's been uploaded to our website. So if you go to the Lake County's website, to our cannabis page, you may digitally or electronically submit a comment. It will come directly to our department. And
Just a quick question. Will
Yes,
those
ma'am.
comment cards be made available to the public, that you receive?
yes, we can do that. We can upload that. Let me ask legal just a second.
Let me consult with her real quick.
Will they be public information?
Don't you love that? Oh, is that your planning notebook? I keep one for real estate. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. What they're talking about?
Okay, Commissioner Field, I will not be providing those comments directly to the Board of Supervisors during my presentation. However, since they will become a part of public information, if you request them, they can be made available.
Thank you both.
Okay. Well, she may.
Generally speaking, Commissioners, information provided to a public agency becomes public information, barring certain exceptions that are protected generally by law. We usually, when requested, remove private information more often than not, but there are some rules relating to that as far as when we can do that. If the cards are provided to your commission or the board directly, then they do automatically, them and their contents become a part of the public record, whether they would have otherwise have been protected necessarily or not. So the goal is to avoid doing that. If you're going to request that information, staff could go through them and redact things that the county is permitted to redact. Assuming there's personal information, I don't know, I haven't seen the cards, that any information that should be removed, but they could be requested. We would just need to make sure we're not releasing something that would otherwise be required to be protected.
Thank you, Nicole. My last comment is on June 7th, I will attend the Board of Supervisors meeting, and the supervisors meeting will be appointing or considering, again, a follow-up on appointing a task force for the revised cannabis ordinance. My recommendation, which I have not made yet, but I will, is that one or more of the planning commissioners would be on that task force. I think it would be important as we move forward, because you guys are frontline, and all of the cases that we actually hear comes to the Planning Commission as it relates to cannabis projects. That's just my recommendation.
We can kind of cross that bridge if it is something that they're willing to entertain, as far as, if they want us to stay in for a year and then alternate or something like that. That'll all be discussed as well.
Well, we don't actually have a project timeline at this particular point, and that project schedule will actually probably be more worked out once the task force is actually appointed.
Sure. Okay. That's exciting. Okie dokie. Anything else to add, legal or anyone else? Kim, thank you so much for everything. Yes. Unfortunately, I'd love to hang out all day, but I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 1:43. Thank you.